Morning. Welcome to my DK64 unscripted NLE tutorial specifically for Nintendo Switch Online. Pretty much everything I have to say here will work and will apply to the Wii U VC release as well, and while most of this will also work on the Nintendo 64, there might be small changes here or there that would be, that would be optimal instead to make. So I can't guarantee that this is going to be the best for learning on N64. However, I am happy to help out if you do need help on that console instead. But for now, let's talk about NSO here. What we're gonna need is at least one file that is open. I don't care which file it is. Optimally, game 1 is going to be the best, but it doesn't really matter. We will be re-entering the file twice here, which means if you use game 2 or 3, you will sacrifice a small amount of time just by scrolling over. But it's very minuscule. It does not matter that much. So if game 1 is your casual file and you don't want to delete it and you love it and you will cherish it forever, by all means, keep game 1 as your casual file. But yeah, you will need at least one of these 3 files to be open. Now, we will also need one battle crown from any file in the game. It does not matter if you keep the file or if it has been deleted. It'll unlock on the game itself. You just need to collect one battle crown one time, and that'll unlock the Kong battle mode here. You will also need a second controller for this. So I can actually demonstrate this because I have not connected a second controller yet. I'm going to go to controllers here. I popped out both my Joy-Cons. I'm playing on Switch 2 with the Switch 2 Pro controller as my main controller, and the Joy-Cons are going to be combined to function as the second player makeshift controller here. So I'm just going to sync these up. We do need the Joy-Cons together in order to have access to the start button. The start button is the only button that will matter on the second player controller. Nothing else does. Literally just the start button. So, there's that. And then mystery menu. You need one fairy to go and unlock the mystery menu. However, we need more than that. You're going to need 2 fairies minimum to access intro story. This is one of the important things. And you're going to need 6 fairies in order to unlock the DK bonus menu. It doesn't matter which of the games are here, any of them work, or if you haven't unlocked any of these and you don't intend to unlock any of them, that is also okay, and I will show you a workaround for that. But just so you're aware, you can unlock the Rambi Arena by transforming into Rambi in Jungle Japes. You can unlock On Guard Arena by transforming into On Guard in Gloomy Galleon. You can unlock Jetpack by getting 15 banana medals and completing Cranky's Jetpack game to get the Rareware coin. And then there's DK Arcade, which I haven't unlocked because I really don't like arcade. But if you like arcade, you can go and play it in Frantic Factory. And I want to say that collecting the golden banana unlocks it here, but it might actually be the Nintendo coin. I really don't know. But anyways, those are your options there. However, if you don't care about any of these bonus games and you don't want to play them, or you would just rather not use the menu at all, we will have a workaround in the 10 fairies section here. So, overall, you are going to need 10 fairies for NLE. This is to unlock the bosses menu inside the mystery menu here. Additionally, you will need to collect all the keys 1 through 7. So key 1 from Jungle Japes, key 2 from Aztec, key 3 from Factory, key 4 from Galleon, key 5 from Aztec or Forest, we can talk about that later. Key 6 from Caves, and key 7 from Castle. You will need to collect all of them in order to fully unlock this menu. The 15 and 20 do not matter here. We will not be using cheats. They are banned in the main categories. And 15 doesn't matter because it's only Crusha. We are not playing multiplayer, but we are using multiplayer. You'll understand when we get there. So, what else is there to discuss here? That's all of the pre-setup. So, the only other setup that you need to be aware of for NLE here is to go into options and turn story skip on. If you have story skip off, you will end up watching all the cutscenes, and the main glitch that makes NLE faster is not going to work at all, so you need to keep story skip on. The Chimpy Cam, I'm not going to tell you what to set this as. In most cases, the community has always said that free cam is better, and that is especially true on Nintendo 64. However, the main reason that it's better on Nintendo 64 is because you are able to go and turn the camera to manipulate lag, either to increase it or decrease it as necessary. On NSO and the Wii U VC release, that doesn't matter. These releases, pardon me, are near lagless, and so it doesn't matter too much if you're able to turn the camera a little bit. However, I do think that having a stationary camera that can be manipulated is potentially helpful in certain scenarios, especially where you're trying to like line up and move left to right rather than forward and back. But if you really want to use follow cam, I'm not going to tell you no. We will be pressing R a lot in the speedrun to center the camera behind us so that we can see ahead of us, which is essentially the same thing that follow cam does, just with less freedom otherwise. So I will be playing with Chimpy Cam on free. If you wish to use follow, that is entirely up to you. I will not tell you yes or no. Finally, the screen size, normal or widescreen. I'm always going to play on normal because I think widescreen looks weird. I don't know if there are any widescreen specific glitches in this release of DK64, but there have been issues with widescreen in some other releases. The main one that comes to mind is PAL widescreen, I think it is, where it desyncs DK's DKTV demo. I hope that that's right. That's what my memory tells me. But anyways, I'm just going to be playing on normal. If there is any other reason that I can think of to swap between the two, I'll post it in the comment below. But yeah. Anyways, that's all of that stuff there. What else is there to say? Technically, sound should be set to mono. Technically, that is optimal, but I don't know if it really matters that much on NSO, so feel free to keep it as whatever you would like. I will be keeping mine on stereo just because I like it. But mono is faster on Nintendo 64 for sure. Okay, I think that's all of the yapping that I need to do about setup and pre-setup. So, we're going to start getting into the actual run here. Now I'm going to pull up a route here, and I will be linking this route in the description and likely in a comment that's pinned in this video here. And you are more than welcome to go and take the route and use it yourself. If you need to make any changes to it, and I will talk about that as we go through the route, just go to File, save a copy, or make a copy, or whatever it is. What's it say? Make a copy. Just use that and then modify it as needed for yourself. Let's see here. The only other thing that I feel like I should be mentioning, because it's going to be extremely pertinent right away here, is that I have a timer on the left side of the screen. I just started it there. You'll see it counting up. That timer, obviously you're going to want to time a speedrun, but the timer is extremely important for what we're about to do. This is intro story glitch. When we activate this glitch, it will keep intro story running in the background. And when it's running in the background, there are certain times that we need to keep in mind where we need to either be performing a certain action at a certain time, or simply be aware of and avoid a cutscene, and most of this won't matter. You'll understand when we get there. But most of that's not going to matter to you. I went with the simplest route possible that I could think of for intro story because I want people to be able to get through intro story and just get into practice, get into the run. There are other ways that you could do this, I recognize that, but I am choosing to go with the simple way for now. If you end up sticking with this category and you want to change it up, there are other routes that have a little bit more of complicated instructions that you can follow during intro story, and it'll save a little bit of time. I don't know how much. I want to say it's probably like 20-30 seconds. But for all intents and purposes, we will just be going simple here, because simple is good for beginners. Anyways, let's get going. I'm going to start the timer at the same time that I press A on intro story here, and at 2.1, I'm going to press A again. So you see how I came back to the mystery menu here, and there's no background music playing. That's how you know that intro story glitch is successfully activated. I'm going to deactivate it here. You do not need to deactivate it, but I've burned enough time that I need to at this point. So give me a moment. Okay. To deactivate intro story, I guess I should mention this. It's not really important in this route, but I'll mention it anyway. To deactivate intro story, you press A here, and then as soon as the screen there fades fully to black, you press and hold A. And it'll just immediately bring you back to mystery menu, and that'll cancel intro story glitch if it is currently running. Okay. Now I'm actually going to start the timer here, and I will try and explain everything that's going on as we go through intro story glitch. So, let's do this. Look for 2.1, press A, enter our file. This has to be the empty file, mind you. This cutscene always plays. We're going to cancel Squawk's text by mashing B, and then we're going to head up left to Cranky here. Your movement does not need to be that good right now. On NSO, you're perfectly fine to burn a few seconds here and there. We're going to enter Cranky's lab, cancel his text by mashing B, and it's going to give us this cutscene after spawning the training barrels. And immediately we're going to pause and go to Quick Game. Now, we have lots of time here. Don't worry if you didn't get here as fast. Watch for the screen to fade out, and when it fades, mash A and start. That'll bring you over to the Nintendo logo here. If you do not mash A and start there, all that'll happen is it'll start playing some of the intro story, and you can still mash A and start to get out of there as well. We're holding A the entire time here while mashing start. Once you're at the menu here, you can let go of A. We need to go into the adventure mode, view our file, back out, and go to mystery menu. Go over to Jungle Boss in the boss's menu. You'll get kicked out. You have to go to Kong Battle. I realize that this is going to be really hard to explain, but just trust me on this. Every time that you get a fade out from a boss, and it'll kick you back out to the mystery menu. From there, you go into the multiplayer menu, and you go into Kong Battle. You cannot go into Battle Arena. You have to go into Monkey Smash, is what it's called. If you go into Battle Arena, you will not get all of the guns. But by going into Monkey Smash, all the Kongs get all the guns. That is what we're here for. And from this point onwards, we're just going to go and watch cutscenes. So first we watch the Castle Boss cutscene, pause exit out of there. Then we go down again, and we watch the Caves Boss cutscene. We're just going to keep going down the list. We start at Jungle, and then just down A, down A, down A, down A, the entire time, basically. Every time we gain control in a boss, you just pause, quit game, and then you go to the next boss. So that one immediately kicked me out, which means I have to go back to Monkey Smash. You just press start on the second player controller to sign them up for player 2 in the Monkey Smash multiplayer mode, and then you press A on the first player controller, and that'll let you enter. It'll kick you back out immediately to the multiplayer results screen, and then you just continue watching boss cutscenes every time. It's just the same process over and over again. If you do not get to watch all of these boss cutscenes, it is perfectly okay. There's no real harm in it when you're practicing. There is something that we need to be really aware of, though, and that's at the end here. So at 323 to 324 is our final kickout that we care about while watching boss cutscenes. Okay? So, here, this is where you would play any of the DK bonus games if you have them or if you want to play them. If you do not have any DK bonus games, then go back to Forest Boss. It is the only boss that will give you all the moves you need in order to beat the game. None of the other bosses do not do them. However, if you have a bonus game here, you can enter it instead. Just play around. At about 4:02, which is now, you can pause exit from here and just go back to the main menu. Here, we just wait. We do nothing but wait unless the screen starts getting dark. Like this. This is what's called Night Cycle. I'm glad I got to show this off. You could wait for this, but it's really long. So you can go into the mystery menu and go back out, and it'll change back to regular daytime. What we're looking for here is an event that has enemies in the background. Those events qualify as cutscenes, and we're waiting for a cutscene like that to go and pull us into Intro Story. The final fade out of Intro Story happens at 4:26-ish. We need to be on the main menu and viewing a good event cutscene. And viewing a good event, which is a cutscene, in order to get pulled into Intro Story whilst the game still believes that we are in the main menu. So, what this does is we now have all access to all of the buttons that would work in the main menu, but we're pulled into our file that we viewed early on, and we have all the moves and guns. I don't have any ammo, any instrument ammo, things like that, but everything is there. So, I know that was a little hectic, but all that really matters in that opening sequence is during Intro Story Glitch, you go to Cranky, you pause, quit game, and wait until the screen starts to fade out around 53 to 54 seconds-ish, and then you mash A and start. You hold A from that point and mash start until you get back to the main menu. View your file, back out of viewing your file. Go into the bosses menu and just watch Jungle Boss, go to multiplayer when you get kicked out. Castle Boss, Caves Boss, Forest Boss, go to multiplayer when you get kicked out. Galleon Boss, go to multiplayer when you get kicked out. Factory Boss, Aztec Boss, go to multiplayer when you get kicked out. And then finally, play any of the bonus games or Forest Boss. That's everything you need to know. The only reason that we have to play bonus games or Forest Boss at the end is that they give you all the level 3 moves. All of the bonus games give you max level moves, so like DK will have Baboon Blast, Strong Kong, and Gorilla Grab, for example, as well as Super Duper Simian Slam, and he'll have instruments and all that other stuff, right? Same with Forest Boss. The main difference between the bonus games and Forest Boss is that Forest Boss will only give you 2 melons of health. The bonus games will give you 3 melons of health. That won't matter for the majority of the run up until the very end. So if you want more health during the final parts of the run, make sure you finish in a bonus game rather than forest boss. If you do not care, then any of them work. Okay, I've stalled here long enough. We're 20 minutes in. Oh boy. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna go over here, do the training barrels. These can be done in any order, but it makes the most sense to do dive barrel first and then just loop around clockwise. You're going to press Z to dive here, and then just hold up left and A, and DK will swim right down to the coin. Next is orange barrel here. All we have to do is grab all of the oranges. We go around the left side, jump out of that final roll, go right up to the tree, first person, and spam orange throw. You can only have, nice, you can only have 4 oranges or bullets on the screen at any given time, so by going to the tree, they all blow up instantly, which means that there is never more than 1 or 2 at a time on screen, so you can just throw all 5 immediately and blow them up. Because they blow up whenever you are right next to a wall or other object. Okay, barrel. You hold B from the start, like cancel the text and just hold B, and then you do the front barrel, and then you just go around counterclockwise. And throw the last one at the tree. By turning to throw the last one at the tree, it just explodes sooner. That's it. And finally, vine barrel. Just climb the tree, swing across the vines to get the coin. This is something I should talk about actually while I'm here. When you are near the top of a tree, and you see the camera snap up to the top of the tree like that, you can press A, and DK will warp to the top of the tree. This only works with DK and Chunky. With the other Kongs, they'll warp up to the top, but like, what'll happen is they'll do like a floaty jump. Can I show it? I don't know if I can immediately show it with DK. But anyways, you don't want that. You just want DK to instantly warp up to the top. So once you see the camera move and his head pokes up a bit through the leaf, just press A, he'll warp up. Anyways. 10 vine barrel, world record. After completing all of the training barrels, Squawks will come down. Just say, hey, go visit Cranky now that you're done your training. We're not going to do that, though. Oh, I should show this first. Sorry. You could go down here if you really want. You could slam this switch, but it's a fairly long cutscene. We usually prefer not to do that. However, if you really want to, you can. You do have Super Duper Simian Slam after performing what we call main menu mode, or main menu moves, however you want to say it, by utilizing the intro story glitch at the beginning. However, you could, you see the tunnels right there that you're supposed to go to, but you could continue past the tunnel and land in the water here, and instead do what we call wet escape. So dive underwater and look at this wall. You want to tap a little bit right here, and then after you're in first person and you've set your angle, do not touch the control stick. What you're going to do is leave first person with one of C up, C down, A, or B, and then you're just going to swim forward by holding A, and you'll swim right through the wall. That is called phase swimming, originally called swim through vertical walls. That's been known for a very long time. But what we're going to do here is just set angle, swim through, tap slightly left, and DK should hit the loading zone. And that brings you out to DK Isles. Alright, in DK Isles, what we're going to do is go down, and right here, we're going to kick from warp 1, or sorry, from warp 4 to warp 1. So, sorry, I took too long and the camera bugged out on me. It would be like this. Except you would actually hit warp 1, not warp 2. So, and I want to just say this right now, rewind is banned in the speedrun. However, because I am just showing this in a tutorial, I'm going to use it quite a bit. Just kick from warp 4 to warp 1. Yeah, my camera was a little misaligned there, so I ended up going a little down left before. But anyways, you kick from warp 4 to warp 1. It doesn't really matter if you do, but that's optimal. And then you swim over here to K-Lumsy, and you enter K-Lumsy's cage. We have to go here to go and get K-Lumsy to open up Japes, because this is no levels early, which means we cannot enter any levels, well, early. The lobby must be open, and we must pay the B-Locker fee. B-Locker must also be cleared in our attempt to enter the level. So right here, B-Locker, or sorry, B-Locker, K-Lumsy goes and does his happy dance, and he opens up Jape's lobby for us. We clear that text, and we just leave. The first time you go to leave K-Lumsy, it's up right. Every other time, it's down right, I believe. I'll know later. Anyway, you take Warp 1 back to here, and you can hold right until you get to here. You can try and go for a dance skip here if you want, by trying to aim just left of the golden banana and touching the golden banana and the loading zone at the same time. I'll try it, but I don't know if I'll get this. No. So right there I won't. However, like that. That would be the dance skip. Alternatively, there is a beaver here, and when you are suffering damage, it'll skip a dance. So you could lure the beaver over if you wanted, and use the beaver to knock yourself into the golden banana. I don't really care what you do. Also, you'll probably notice I took damage there, and I'm still full health. A side effect of main menu mode is that you cannot take any damage. Or rather, you can take damage, but your health counter doesn't actually go down. There are really specific circumstances in which that isn't exactly true, but I'm not going to bore you with that because it's never going to come up while you're attempting a run of this, unless you intentionally go for it. Anyways, just go straight down, you'll activate B-Locker's first time text, and then when you get closer, he says something along the lines of, "Show me the bananas, you furry fool." And once you show him the banana count that he asks for, he will just leave the room. And now we're going to enter Japes. This is the first level of the run. I mean, you probably know that if you've played DK64 at all. But anyways, we're going to clear Squawks' text here, and again. Now, this is the first, well, I guess it's not the first real trick of the run. There's already been a couple, but this is like the first movement-based trick of the run. So, we're going to come over here to this bush, and I will show it the way that I like first. Then I will show it the other way, and you can pick whichever way you want. I don't care which you do. I'm simply showing both because I think it's important to show both. So, my way, which is the old way and how I learned it, is you jump on this side of the bush, facing the portal, and you walk forward until part of DK is in the left wall there. Here, you can hold Z and press down right on the control stick, and then you roll the control stick from down right to upright to up left. And, oh my god. Dude. Oh my god, I can't do this now. This is just like my 5 Kong any percent tutorial. I'm washed. I'm so washed. This is what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to just be going through the wall. You just get DK close to the wall, and you just move him into the wall like that by rolling the stick. You don't have to go all the way to the outer bounds of the stick's gate. I think maybe that's what my problem was there. But yeah, it's pretty easy. Once you get the hang of it, you'll pretty much never get it wrong. Unless you're me, I guess, where I have gotten this wrong twice now in tutorials, which is never a good look. But anyways, the other method is you start like right about here, I think. So the other method is you go over here between these kind of yellowy plants and you turn away from the bush. You hold A to jump and move towards the bush here. You want to land kind of inside of it. And then this green, like the lighter-ish green part right behind DK, we're going to jump and then hold up/upright. And DK should just walk through the wall. I know that this is the main method that a lot of players are using now. So if this is the method you prefer, by all means. I think that it's a little particular for my tastes. But if it works, it works. I just know that I'm not very good at this. And it has to be like, how can I show this? You see this line on the wall that's going up and down? You need to be like just slightly left of that line, I believe. And then DK will walk through the wall. But yeah, pick whichever method you prefer. It doesn't really matter to me. Oh, I should show this though. If you hold up for too long, you'll void out. And voiding out will take you back to the start of the level. So, don't hold up for too long. I know that's hard to kind of visualize how long you need to hold up for, but try and think of it as only holding up until DK goes through the wall. And once DK goes through the wall, you can stop holding up, and let me think, it would be like, please just go through the wall, DK, so I can show the camera. Thank you. Okay, regardless of how your camera would look here, you need to hold Z and pivot DK until he's like roughly parallel with this edge here. Okay, we want to be pretty close, but we don't want to inbounds. We're just going to follow this edge, or at least the best we can, and continue holding forward. We want to end up in the river, which I did here. In the river here, uh-oh, gameplay was slightly crackly there, or gameplay audio was slightly crackly there. What we will be doing is going up that vine over there. You can see the leaves sticking out of it, but not yet. First, we're going to just stay at this wall, go underwater, and do the same swim through walls glitch that we did earlier. Same thing as always, in all of these spots where I show you we're going to swim through this wall, it's always better to look more right than it is to look more left. If you look left, chances are you're not going to have the correct angle. But if you look right, you're going to be good almost every time. So look right, leave first person, and just swim through the wall. Our goal here is to get that banana. It's pretty much just straight ahead of us. You want to be careful though, because right behind that banana, from where we are, is a cutscene trigger. And it's a fairly long cutscene that just shows where Diddy's cage is, and he's like, DK, help me, I'm captured. We don't want to activate that, mainly because we could possibly use it later. And I'll talk about that more, like, at least an hour from now. Probably like 2 hours from now. But anyways. Let me just go back inbounds here. Going to swim out again, and I'm just going to surface while swimming roughly toward the cage. You can't see DK here. You can look if you use C up, that'll bring you to first person mode. You can check out where the banana is in location to you. Use that to just kind of line up DK and swim into the banana. From here, we're going to roll just underneath this section. Do not go too close to the X and the underground loading zone here. You will get pulled in, so just kind of stay away from that lighter area. Once we're here, we want to go just barely past this gate. You can pull the camera out of bounds with you here and put it behind DK using R. And then when you're lined up, hold crouch, backflip, and basically just hold so that you land behind the gate. And you should be in this tunnel. This is where DK's Kasplat is, who is holding DK's blueprint for Japes. By defeating him, we pick up the blueprint, and we can leave the tunnel. These walls, these bamboo gates, are one-sided, so you can walk out of it, but you can't walk into it, if that makes sense. So, being back out here, we're going to tag this warp 3, we will need it for later, and then we're going to climb this nearby tree. This tree has vines that'll take us up to DK's Baboon Blast, and because of MMM, we already have all of DK's moves. So we can immediately perform the Baboon Blast here, and I'm sure you know the drill. Just try and line up as best as you can. If you fail the Baboon Blast, just do it again. It can be a little tricky with the input delay, but it's not too bad once you get used to it. From here, you can kick towards the vines and swing back across on them. And then just climb up this vine, or I'll just rewind here to go back to where it was, or you can just kick, roll, and kick toward the vine. It doesn't particularly matter which you go for, but you do need to climb up this vine. And then from here, take these vines across over to the cannon platform, and cannon up to Diddy Cage. We're going to grab the first golden banana for saving Diddy in front of the cage there. And after this cutscene plays out, we're going to start collecting resources. So, in NLE, because we start with nothing, it's going to be imperative that we collect resources throughout the run. The entire run, basically. So, see how we have 0 bullets? We need this and this. We need both of those. And then we're just going to go in front of the mountain here. You can tag that warp 2. We won't be using it in this route, but you can tag it if you would like. It helps if you need to get back up later. This switch can be shot from the edge of the platform here, where Funky is. It's really not too precise. You can see it faintly in the distance there, right? So you can just shoot it, or if you need help aiming, you can zoom in using C right, because we also get sniper scope from multiplayer. And then move over to this edge, or if you prefer, you can swing across first and then pull out the gun by walking back to that edge. Now, this is, I wish I could say I did that accidentally, but I wish I could say I did that on purpose, but I did not. That was an accident. If you decide to walk back towards this edge, or walk close to the other edge over here, just be very careful that you don't fall off. It's really easy to slide too far while pulling out your gun, and then you just fall down into the water. And if you do that, you'll just have to climb back up here. But yeah, anyways. Just turn towards the center switch here. Make sure you shoot it on one of the sides. If you try and shoot it in the center, there is no guarantee it works. This center switch is really weird like that. They expect you to shoot it from here or from over there, which is why the sides work better than the front does. So you can shoot that, and then go over to the other side of the cannon platform and shoot the final switch. Diddy's now free. And we take the cannon to get back up here and get the free Diddy golden banana. Now, if you watched my 5 Kong any percent tutorial, you'll know that I only showed off different tricks mainly, because you don't need any extra stuff throughout the run, right? Everything that you get is stuff that you basically need to complete it. This run, however, because the entire goal is 100 golden bananas and all 8 keys, we may be using different golden bananas at times. And this could vary for multiple different reasons. This could be maybe you include a certain trick that allows a golden banana to be faster than it would be otherwise. Or maybe it could be you don't like performing a trick for an existing golden banana that's in the route, and so you need other golden bananas to make up for it. This is the very first one. So first, I'm going to show the regular route. From this banana in Diddy's cage, you would normally go over here with DK and kick and jump and land in the Trophenscoff portal. The normal route does that and tags Diddy here. And then you do key 1 with Diddy here. However, we're not going to do that right yet, because I want to show this optional golden banana, and these will be marked in the route. So, this optional golden banana is the Diddy Mountain golden banana. What this would require you to do is, instead of going down right, we're going down left. This means that you have time to pick up extra ammo here if you would like it, but we have to go here to this tag barrel and tag Diddy. Okay, I really should have prepared like some text that says optional golden banana, but I think it'll be fine. So you come over here, you shoot the switch, and just past this yellow plant, backflip up to get on top of the ramp, and then enter the mountain. So there are a couple different ways you could do this. The intended way is to backflip up here and shoot... Nice. Sorry. The intended way is to backflip up here and shoot that Diddy Peanut switch from here, and that'll spawn a walkway. So you could do that if you wanted to. I won't be doing that. From the entrance... Dude. From the entrance, we're going to go down here to this barrel. This is the one that has the switch on top of it. Leave me alone. Right here. This particular triangle of coal, I guess, that's surrounded by the bigger black marks on the ground there. We're going to want to put Diddy's like right foot on that, and we're going to backflip. If it doesn't work, then you need to move a little bit more forward. And if you bonk on it, then you need to move a little more backward. Usually I find that his right foot being on it is enough, but sometimes it isn't. All I like to do here is backflip. Don't touch the control stick until you reach the height of your backflip. At the height of your backflip, hold forward, and Diddy should grab the ledge above him. Every time. As long as I'm not screwing it up, at least. Right? That's all you do. We call that bridge clip. At least that's what we used to call it. I don't know if anybody still calls it that now. But just do that to slam the switch. Again, this is an optional golden banana. This is not normally in the route, but it has been in previous NLE routes. You can do this, it's just a longer golden banana, which is why it's not routed in regularly. Leave the mountain and backflip up on top to go and get that golden banana. Okay, so Here's another route split that I need to talk about now. This is going to come up pretty often, and this is also why this video is going to be so long. With this route split, because you're already Diddy, you don't technically have to go into the Trophenscough here. You could skip the Trophenscough and go down to the blueprint instead. That's the next place that we're going to regardless. So, you could go down there if you're already Diddy because of getting the Mountain GB. However, if you are not getting the Mountain GB and you would normally enter here as DK, right, like you would be coming down from Diddy Cage, you would kick down here, jump out of your kick, and then you would land in here and go into the Trophenscough, right? You do have to tag Diddy here. And this is where you get to make a choice. You can either fight Armadillo 1, the boss of Japes 1, the boss of Japes, with Diddy here, or you could leave. Now, the reason I'm giving you that option is because if you wish to fight it with Diddy, or any Kong that isn't DK, what you're going to have to do is come over to this stair, and we're going to very slowly move towards... Come on, let me get close enough to show it. Move towards this, like the edge of the stair here. Usually, lining up on the edge of the stair works the best, and then slowly move towards... lining up on the wall works the best, is what I meant to say. And then slowly move towards the edge of the stair, and every time you move, use C up. C up will go and halt all of your movement immediately, which makes it very good for this. This is called a ledge clip. I feel like a lot of players probably won't be too good with these. I know I wasn't when I first started. And frankly, at this point, they're a touch out of date, but this is the only method of getting wrong Kongs into boss that are not DK, unless you know how to phase walk. This entire guide, I guess I forgot to say, will be done without phase walking in mind. If you are phase walking, you probably don't need to listen to any of this. I am doing this entirely for people that are brand new to DK64 and or brand new to speedrunning in general. So I am not imposing phase walking as a must because of that. Anyways, once you're out of bounds with a ledge clip here, right, so you fall down with the ledge clip using C up, and then you just walk upright and you'll be out of bounds. You can see there's nothing really underneath the door, and that's where we'll be going. So, if you are not confident in your navigation, you can basically go hard right and stand right underneath the center of the door and go forward, and it'll auto walk you into the loading zone, right? However, if you do not want to do that and you want to be a little fancy with it, you can try and go upright instead. And go behind the door, and with good navigation, you can just hit the loading zone while avoiding the walk sequence. Right here, you can watch, it doesn't really matter. The game is lagless on NSO and Wii U VC, or at least pretty close to it. So looking at the barrel doesn't matter. If you were playing on Nintendo 64, you want to be turning the camera away from the boss and watching as few explosions as possible, which is what I'm doing here. This boss is pretty simple. I'm sure I don't need to explain too much. In the first part of the fight, he'll shoot 4 shots and then pop his head out. In the second part of the fight, he'll shoot 9 shots and then pop his head out. And final part of the fight, he will shoot 11 shots and then pop his head out. You just need to make sure that the TNT barrel is close enough to his head each time, and then he'll just immediately take damage. I don't believe it's possible on the first on the first hit because he's just already in position. But yeah, that's all you have to do. Can I go back far enough? Probably not. I don't think I can. Okay, so I'm just going to have to show this another way later. But anyways, after beating the boss, just go and grab the key. I'm sure I don't need to say that, it should be obvious. And then drop straight down here. That was a really slow drop. My goodness. You can just jump off of there, you don't take fall damage. See? No fall damage. And then we walk back into this tunnel, and we shoot this Kasplat. Now, if you did not pick up the extra ammo that I did earlier from doing the mountain and going behind the mountain, you would be very low on ammo here. You would be probably closer to like, gotta be somewhere around like 4-ish. So I'm going to operate on that assumption. When you leave the tunnel, go hard to the right, you can pick up 3 ammo boxes there. You will want all the ammo that you can get. We are always very low on ammo in this run. From here, you want to be more or less perpendicular with the edge of this platform, cliff, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But more or less try and be perpendicular here, dive into the water, and we're going to swim through this wall again. Same thing as usual. You're facing more right than anything else, so you're fine, right? You'll just swim through the wall. I'll do it one more time, just because that was like super slow. I was holding B there, but just so that you can see. Like that. Once you swim through the wall, you can touch left or right on your control stick, and it'll stop the camera from behaving super weird. It'll still do that like pulsing thing that you see right now if you are close enough to just beneath the ground. However, you see how the camera snapped back in bounds? The camera will follow you better if you dive deeper. So, let me just show that. I know I keep going back to this, and it's like, you've already showed this a couple times. But I figured this is something that's useful to know. So, swim through the wall. I hold up to swim further down, and then stay away from that underground area there, and just tap slightly left. That'll put you underneath this room. We want to go and get that golden banana, but we can't do it from this far down. So what we're going to do is get near that torch. We want to surface, and you want to be slightly near the torch. As soon as the fixed camera icon goes away, you'll know that you're far enough out of bounds to not hit the bottom of the floor, or the top of the floor. It's weird to explain. But you are far enough out to jump through the wall. So, while here, you're going to jump and hold inbounds. This being on NSO, make use of the rewind function. If you are not confident in your jump, like you go for something and you're just like, yeah, I'll probably make it, but then you don't make it, like this, just use the rewind and try it again. Again, that's not legal in a speedrun, but in practice and in a tutorial video like this, please make use of it. We're going to bait this beaver over to here. We're going to bait this beaver over to here and take damage from the beaver into the golden banana to skip the dance. Every dance skip you do saves like 5 to 6 seconds, somewhere in that ballpark, so it's always good to try and dance skip, especially the easy ones, while you can. Again, I will not be teaching dance skips that are not super easy, even if I screwed that one up. So that's on you. I don't think that they're super important to learn, but the easy ones, absolutely take advantage of them. After you get that golden banana, we're going to come up here to this torch. You're going to hold like up right while you're on the left side of the torch, and then you're going to hold crouch while you're holding up right. Let go of the control stick, let go of Z. Oh, sorry. Let go of the control stick, keep holding Z, and then you're going to pivot diddy you have to pivot Diddy down? No, you probably don't. Okay. So, upright, hold crouch, and then just let go of everything. You're going to full hop, which is just hold A, and aerial and hold forward at the peak of your jump. And that'll clip Diddy out of bounds. Right, so slide crouch into the corner here, full hop, oh, and then at the peak of the jump, aerial and hold forward. It's usually pretty lenient. There are times where you just won't get this, and it could be from early aerial or bad position. It's really hard to say, but this is a pretty easy trick. Now, I guess I have to go back out there 1 second. Remember how I said that you don't have to get key 1 with Diddy over his blueprint? Let me show what I mean by that. And you're gonna kind of have to work with me. Maybe I'll make more use of save states after this. It would probably be better for showing this off. So we would be right here, right? You go in, you tag Diddy. If you choose not to fight Armadillo, then you leave Troffenskoff as Diddy. The Troffenskoff portal is still here. What happens then is you do the same thing. You drop down, get his blueprint, and then go out here. You still swim into the tunnel, and you still get the tunnel GB. Right? All of this is the same. However, we would need key 1 at the end in that scenario. I'm just going to swim here again. Right, and then you would use beaver damage to get the golden banana. The Troffenskoff portal would be spawning right here. However, because I've already gotten key 1, it's not here, right? So, in this scenario where you still need key 1, you would enter the Troffenskoff portal as Diddy. And I need just a moment to back up. Oh, god, I always hit that. So, I need to get DK there, right? If you choose to fight Armadillo there, you would fight him with DK. Which means that DK is the one that has to clip out of the tunnel instead. You would never do this swim as DK, but I'm doing it just so that I can get DK here to show you. So, you would go and fight the boss as DK, and I'll show his moon kick in the boss room later. You're just gonna have to wait until I get to another boss. I'm sorry, there's no other way for me to show it at the moment. But you complete the boss as DK. You get kicked out of the Troffenskoff portal and you're here. DK also has a torch clip, but it's different from Diddy's. You have to kind of be a little bit away from the torch, like on the edge of this lighter sort of area around the torch. You can kind of see where it's a little bit like white-ish almost, and then it becomes orange. You want to be roughly there. And you want to face DK away from the torch. Here, you need to full jump, aerial, you full jump, aerial, and hold kind of toward the torch. You want to just brush slightly against the side of the torch here, and then DK will get pushed out of bounds. So stand like roughly here-ish. You could be a little bit more down left, it doesn't really matter. Just use whatever works best for you. You're going to... Stupid beaver. You're going to jump, hold upright, and aerial. You don't have to hold very far upright, just a dash. Just a dash of upright. Just a tiny amount of upright. And that'll clip you out of bounds, as long as you touch the torch. Notice how when DK isn't touching the torch there, I'm just hitting the wall and I'm not getting pushed out of bounds. You do have to hit the torch in order to clip out here. Regardless of who you decide to do key 1 as and clip out as there, just continue walking away from the area and you will void out. That'll put you back here. You want to tag warp 1 on your way out and just leave through the DK portal. And that's Japes. Oh boy, that's 1 hour in and I just finished Japes. From here, if you are Diddy, go to this tag barrel and tag DK. If you are DK, just leave the lobby. From here, we're going to go back over to the tag ring. Whoops, sorry, I forgot to show something. Go back over to the tag ring. We need to tag warp 5 here. We have to tag this, we will be using it later. And then go and take warp 1 to get to K Lumsey. Just roll down here to the inner part of the cage and it'll automatically turn in key 1. Watch the cutscene and Aztec will be open. And now here, every time after the first, it's down right to go and leave. We take warp 1 back. We tag warp 2 and warp 3 here, and then we climb up to Aztec. Just very simple stuff. Backflip, backflip, climb the tree, go up here, and swing across the vines. You know, the usual way to get to Aztec. We don't need to tag that warp 2 right now, we'll be using it when we leave Aztec. Here, you want to make sure you grab the ammo. It's very important to have the ammo there. This is also a very good time to say, and I'll be saying this every time I enter a new lobby, your golden banana count may vary from what's on screen here. Please be aware that is okay. As long as you have enough golden bananas according to the route, you'll be fine. The reason I have more golden bananas than usual is that I am getting the optional ones as well to go and show the strats for those. Anyways, enter Aztec. Pretty simple start here. Just swing across. Does not matter if you tag warp 1 there. We'll be using it later to go to the Oasis. When you get to the end of the vines here, pull out your gun, shoot a couple bullets at each of these, and it'll open up this door, gate, whatever you want to call it. Here, you want to go up right. It doesn't matter if we don't use the Strong Kong barrel, because we can't take damage from the sand anyway. And then here, with DK, Diddy, and Chunky, you almost always want to be shooting Kasplats, except if Diddy or DK needs to kill them a different way. And I'll talk about that later. But like, if you have the ammo, use the ammo. DK and Diddy take 8 shots to kill a Kasplat, and Chunky takes 5 shots. The reason you don't use Lanky and Tiny to kill Kasplats with their guns is that they take 15 shots to kill a Kasplat. So, just gonna walk up here with the gun out and shoot the Kasplat. Oh my god. So, that is one thing that can happen, and a very nice reason why I will be using Rewind here. Get the blueprint, do not screw up like I just did. Wait for the blueprint to come down from the Kasplat kill, and then do your kick. Grab the crystals on the way out. We will be using the crystals, so make sure that you have a bunch. Anytime you come across gun ammo or crystals, you will want to pick them up usually. You don't want to go too far out of your way for them, but like if they're in your path, make sure to get them. So we tag that warp 1, go to the tag barrel, tag Diddy. There are a couple different ways to get up here. We're going to be going up onto the llama cage there. You can either climb this tree and swing across the vines there. I'm not going to show that because that's the intended way. I'm sure you know about it. Or you can go like right in front of the llama, backflip, and as you slide off the slope, you can jump and hold forward, and it'll take you up onto the top. This is a slope reset. If you do not like the slope reset, again, just slide off, hold A as you slide off, and hold forward in aerial. If you do not like that, though, there is another way, and that's to get on this side thing here. You want to move more or less to the edge, and just backflip while holding forward. All of those ways will get you up onto the cage. Just pick whatever is the most comfortable for you. We want to play our guitar on the pad there because we will be going through that door twice later on. If you are going through that door more than once, it is very worthwhile to open that door. If you are only going through it once, you do not need to open the door. But this route will always be going through that door twice, so just open it. Climb this tree and enter Rocket Barrel. Okay. This Kasplat can cause a lot of trouble if you try and deal with it normally. What I like to do is shoot it while I'm in Rocket Barrel. So I try and get roughly even with it height-wise. And then I shoot it while in the air. You can hold Z to go and hover, and then shoot the Kasplat and land here. If I don't do that, let me show you what can happen. Oh, I did it again. My A button is not mapped to A, and so I keep confusing it in the Nintendo Switch Online menu. Right, let's say you land here. Oh no, you got hit. Okay, now what? On the Nintendo 64, you can get back up. I actually don't know if you can on Wii U VC. Okay, you can. So Wii U VC and NSO, you just run at the dome here and cartwheel, that'll bring you back up. Does it work on all the sides? That side, yes. This side, yes. This side, maybe. He was blocking me, though. Yeah. I'm just gonna go around and I'll test all the sides. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, I think at this point we can pretty conclusively say you can just cartwheel up any side and it'll be fine. Can I go back far enough to the rocket barrel? I can. Neat. Anyway, fly over here, shoot him while in rocket barrel, hold Z to hover. That's what I like to do to get rid of that Kasplat. If you prefer to land, by all means, don't let me stop you. Come over to the side here, and we want to shoot the peanut switch to enter the Tiny Temple here. This is a very important stop because we need to free Tiny. Go figure. Now, some of the things that I'm going to be talking about are things that I've already talked about in the 5Kong tutorial, but I'm going to act on the assumption that you have not watched the 5Kong tutorial, because it is unrelated to this, so I don't know why you would. If you were learning 5Kong before this, though, thank you for watching it. Anyways, you have two different things that you could do here. I'll show what I like to do first, and then I'll show the other method as well. So, what I like to do is walk to this corner, and we're going to line up on this slope right here, just left of the doorway, and we're going to chimpy charge. Sometimes this will go through, and sometimes it won't. So like that. If you go through, then you can just hold straight forward, at least mostly straight forward, until you see the golden banana sparkles, backflip into the cage, and grab the golden banana. Now, I'll go back here and I'll show the other method. This is the old method. This is the ledge clip. I don't really like this method, but it does work well as well. So, you're going to line up, trying to go this way, you want to be just off of parallel with the edge here. So, you know, just a little bit off parallel. The less of an angle you have, the slower you're going to move away from the ledge, and the more likely it is that you'll clip through. I didn't explain this in Trough and Scoff, and I probably should have, but there is a very small gap. I know that you can't see it, but there's a very small gap between what I'm standing on and the wall that is like the vertical standing wall there that makes this corner. And so by moving very slowly over that gap and stopping our movement immediately with C up, we can fall between, we can fall into that small gap. It does take some time, but and a lot of precision, but it's a very dependable way of doing it. It is guaranteed as long as you can line up properly. In both cases, though, we're just going straight back after we clip out. If you do not see the golden banana, just take a look around. Chances are it's to your left. Because if you went too far left, you'll load this room. If you go too far right, you will load nothing. We want to load this room. And then, just like I said before, backflip into the cage and grab the golden banana. Going to go over here, and we're going to spell Okong. You could charge that switch if you really want to, but we can avoid that cutscene by doing this. So we're going to line up so that Diddy is just to the right of the O. You can see that he's just barely touching it, if at all. And we're going to backflip. Do not touch the control stick until you're at the height of your jump. At the height of your jump, hold towards the top of the O. And that'll snap Diddy up here. Perform a chimpy charge with Diddy just looking slightly away from the letter, and his butt will hit the letter during the chimpy charge while you fall. Same thing with the left side of the O, just backflip at the peak of your backflip, hold towards the top of the O. But otherwise, yeah, we're just going to do this. The reason this works is when you hit the O, the N, or the G first, or rather out of order, it resets the puzzle. And resetting the puzzle, for some reason, decides it's also going to skip the activation check. And so you can just reset the puzzle and have it work immediately, instead of charging that switch over there and watching a cutscene where all the platforms rise. It does take a little bit of precise platforming to get onto the O, but the rest of the letters are perfectly fine. But yeah, we're just going to backflip up onto each of these and chimpy charge slightly off of them. Diddy's butt hits them on his way down. Now to get out of here, pick up that crystal, just because it's in your path. I like to line up roughly according to this dark line on the wall. Please surface. I'm waiting to surface here. So, go swim at the wall, dive, go into first person, and look slightly right, swim through the wall. I like to swim for 5 strokes, and then I hold down, and usually that'll get Diddy into the, usually it'll get Diddy right into the entrance here. So I'll just back up. Let's go back, inbounds. Okay, so line up on the wall next to that dark line, dive, first person, slightly right. Leave first person, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hold down, and Diddy should be there. If he's not there, go right, and you should be nearby. On Nintendo 64, I get it very consistently. On NSO, the Pro Controller doesn't have notches, so I screw up the magnitude of my left-right quite often. Make sure to grab these crystals here on the ledge, and then we're just going to go back to the Oasis. and tag Tiny in the tag barrel here. You'll get the first time text for Tiny here, and we're just going to go through this stone door that we opened earlier. Now, Tiny does have her moves, so feel free to use Ponytail Twirl as necessary. We want to combo that Kasplat. I should back up here 1 second. There's a couple different things I can show. So, maybe this is where I'll start using the save states. I should have been doing it since the start. What you can do, this is one option. Don't feel obligated to do this, but you can walk over here on Snake Road and face this, well, face on the wall. If you Ponytail Twirl at the wall, you can go through just like slightly under the nose. Like that. When you're through, you can go... Nice. You can go slightly to the right. Oh my god. Give me back my Nintendo 64 controller, man. You can go slightly to the right, and following that, while out of bounds, will take you right beneath Llama Temple. We need to go over there. But anyways, that's one option. The other option is to simply just go around. This is only a little bit slower, but at least you don't have to worry about not going through the face. Regardless, all that matters is that we get over here. We don't need to tag any of these warps, we won't be using them. But we're going to, come over here, grab the crystals on the right side of this platform, and then go over to the stairs here, and up to the tag barrel. Tag Diddy here, because we're going to go and ram the gongs. You don't have to do anything too fancy here. As long as you ram the gongs in this order, you can guaranteed jump away from this one. So, maybe I should just make a save state here to show this. If you charge the gong this way and you miss the jump, you probably won't make it up onto the tower, right? If you want to make it up onto the tower so that you can grab that golden banana sooner, you run at the gong, Z pivot away, and Chimpy charge. Jump out of your charge, and just kind of walk over towards the tower. You do not need to get on top. As long as you're close, you will end up here. So, just one more time. Right, just as long as you're on that lip. You can't see the lip on the ground, but you can just walk at the tower, and you'll be on the lip. It's very simple. Oh, I nearly screwed that up. From here, if you are on the lip, you have to backflip to get up. And then you can grab the golden banana there. We don't care about the saxophone pad, we will not be racing the beetle. From here, you want to jump back towards the rocket barrel platform. And here, you're going to take damage, jump, and backflip. That should land you up here. Grab these crystals, or at least one of them, and jump into the rocket barrel. The only reason you're doing this is your fastest, most direct movement across the center of Aztec's totem pole area. Now. Oh, God. Sorry, that's not what I wanted. Let me just do this again. Man, this is what happens when my A and B button for NSO are mixed up compared to my A and B button for DK64. But at least you get to see that again. Avoid fall damage by timing your aerial. Okay. So, here. I wanted to make a save state to show something. I don't think it'll matter much, but... Okay, create, overwrite. So, we need to enter this 5-door temple here. The one on the bottom right is Diddy's. You won't be able to enter it regularly, right? Like, the door is in the way, there is no switch here for you to shoot. The hitbox is there for you to stand on, but that's it. So what we're going to do instead, take damage here, and chimpy charge, and you should sometimes be able to get through there. This is not a guaranteed trick by any means, but like, it's not horrible, at least in my opinion, it's not horrible. Just walk until Diddy starts to slow down, and then go for the chimpy charge. And again, sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. You just want to charge at the slope. I seem to get it a little more often when I'm a little further back from the slope, but you can pretty much do whatever you find that works best for you. Yeah, I knew that was going to not work. I could just rewind to get in there, but oh well. Oh, I made a save state, right? I wanted to show that too. When you're in Rocket Barrel, if you land in the sand, sometimes you'll take damage like that. But sometimes you won't. And of course, now I'm not going to be able to show it because now I'm saying, look, there we go. Sometimes you will just land in the sand without taking any damage. You can kind of use that to your advantage when lining up on the initial charge. But again, it doesn't always work. Now, if you don't like this trick, I don't think anyone will blame you for wanting to take it out. This is one of the tricks where if you wanted to do the Diddy Mountain in Japes, it would be very reasonable to do that over Diddy 5-Door Temple. However, if you do choose to do Diddy 5-Door Temple, I hope that you clip in right away. Once in here, pull out your guns, shoot the switch. Diddy's is go right first and then left. Shoot that switch, go left here, and get the GB. We're going to gather these crystals as well because it's always good to gather crystals that are nearby in this route. And we're just going to leave. Again, if you decide to swap this GB out, you wouldn't be able to get those crystals, but that's fine. It's an okay trade-off. After Diddy 5-Door Temple, we're going to go around to the back. And we're going to tag DK here. Now, with DK, I didn't get to show this off earlier. You can do a moon kick to clip out of bounds in Trough and Scoff. I like to aim just kind of like... I like to stand here, point DK away from the slope, just beneath this like darker patch on the slope there. Jump and then mash B while holding toward the slope. There are other ways to do this trick, but this is my preferred way of doing it. You need to go through that wall in particular. None of the other walls, well, I shouldn't say that. There's a wall on the right side that will let you clip through, but we're not doing this on the right side. But yeah, you have to go through that wall, and then just navigate while out of bounds to stay out of bounds, and you can enter the boss like that. If you do not like that backwards moon kick, you can try timing a moon kick on this slope like that. I think this one's a little strange. I think a roll helps too. It's been a while, but I feel like... Yeah, I think the roll is generally what people did. So you can roll with Z plus B, and then mash A, mash B. Oops. and that'll give you a moon kick on the front part of the slope there. So pick whatever works best for you. Just remember, you have to go through this part of the wall. Once out of bounds there, you can just navigate over to the boss. I don't think I touched on it in the Japes boss at all, but all of the boss cutscenes have already been watched because we viewed them in the main menu. Again, the game still thinks that we're in the main menu, right? And so it temporarily saves those cutscenes as watched already, which is why it throws you immediately into the boss fight when you go to enter them in the game here. There's no real, like, right way to do this fight aside from make sure you are throwing the barrel at him as soon as you can. He always shoots or throws 5 fireballs the first phase, 10 the second phase, or rather 2 sets of 5, and 15 the third phase, or rather 3 sets of 5. You do not have to grab the barrel super early like I am. But I like to just walk around with the barrel. Just make sure to throw it at Dogadon whenever he goes to land, and then grab the key. Now earlier I also said that you could get key 5 in Aztec. We won't be doing that in this run, but the same method that works in Fungi Forest will work in Aztec, and I will describe it when we get there. Now, from here, we're going to go back around to the front, and we're going to drop down in front of the bottom left door. This is DK's 5-door temple, and it's the same idea as Diddy. You just clip through with a roll instead of a chimpy charge. I feel like DK's roll has always been more consistent at this for most people, but I think it's just kind of a crapshoot either way. Regardless, if you can get in, great. If you can't get in, you will eventually. Remember, the amount of damage that you take doesn't stick, it doesn't save, and so you can just take as many times to clip as you need. You're never going to die from the quicksand in this run. Shoot that switch and get the ammo here. DK's 5-door temple is left, then right. Oh, it did hit. Avoid the purple claptraps if you can. Like I said, if you can. Sometimes the purple claptraps will go and hide around corners and you won't be able to see them. And then it's just kind of good luck avoiding it. So, from here, this is another optional GB. This is a route split. Normally, you would climb this tree with DK, kick over here, and do a slope reset off that wall to get over to Llama Temple. And then from Llama Temple, you could go around to the back, take damage here, jump back in the quicksand, and do a roll to get underneath Llama Temple, and backflip to enter Llama Temple. However, I need to show a possible optional GB that you could get. So, from here, instead of doing that, instead of going that way via the tree, we're just going to go straight out of here. I know I say straight, but that was a winding road, clearly. And you're going to stand roughly here, kind of by the window on Funky's armory. Face away from the armory, backflip and hold up, that'll get you up here. And then, while up here, you want to walk kind of to the edge, like the greenish tip of this corner of the banana peel. Pivot DK away from it. You're going to jump and land behind the banana peel, and then you just continue holding forward or upright, and that'll land you back here. That is called banana push. Just do it one more time. Run up here, backflip, face away, full jump, hold upright, and you land back here. So this is Stealthy Snoop. This is a pretty easy golden banana. All you have to do is avoid being caught. I'm sure you probably know that. But you can roll past this first guy, wait here at the corner, and then go past. And then you have to wait for this guy to turn, and then you can go past him. It is possible to go and avoid waiting for that last guy, but I'm not going to make you do that as a beginner. It also only saves like a second or so anyway. It's really not a big deal. Then out of here, again, you don't take damage, so you don't need Strong Kong. You can just roll and jump your way out of here. Once you reach there, the stone door here will stop you from getting knocked back, and you can just get out. So if you're going from Stealthy Snoop, just make sure you go over to Llama Temple right afterwards. And at the back, like I already showed earlier, take damage, jump into the quicksand, and roll through. And then you just backflip into the hallway. Very simple. Okay. You need to remember this. If nothing else in this entire section, please remember this. Tag Warp 2. You really need to tag Warp 2 here. There is a chance that you could soft lock and end the run immediately if you do not tag this Warp 2. This is one of the most important warps in the game to tag in this run. Okay, now that I've ragged on about that, hopefully you remember that for good. You really need Warp 2 here. I'm going to show two different methods of doing Llama Temple. I will do the total beginner, absolutely no skips version first. I shouldn't say no skips, the no skew version first. For this, you dive into the water, look at this wall, just slightly to the right, and swim through it. That'll put you in Lanky's room. Then you shoot the switch, and you free Lanky. Get the golden banana. By the way, if you didn't make a save state when you first entered Llama Temple and you're doing practice, you really should if you plan on doing the skew route, just so that you can practice it a few times. Now, DK doesn't normally have a good way to get out of here. That gate down there is double-sided, so we can't go through it, and there's nothing else that we can really use to get out. However, we're going to show a very old version of escaping this room, and that's called Swim Through Shores. Face kind of this direction. You want to be not like, well, you might be able to get 45-degree angle to work. You just want to make it so that DK will eventually swim out past the wall on your right, that dark wall there. All we're going to do, first person is not required for this, sorry. Swim here, you're going to dive and just tap B, like a light mash. So you're going to press Z and go B, 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 B. So let's do that. B, 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 B. And once you've gone far enough, you'll just slide. When you stop mashing B, you'll just slide and slide and slide and slide until you are back in the main room, or you might be slightly out of bounds in the water. If you are, and I'll just show that. If you end up in this out of bounds water here, that's also perfectly fine. Just make sure you swim back inbounds, go into the pool. From here, you just want to climb up here. Let's see. If you don't do skew, you would have to do tiny first, right? I think you would. So you would take tag tiny. This is not how it's written in the route, by the way, so change this if you do not plan on using skew. You would have to tag tiny, use mini monkey to go through here. Through the bottle, and once you go through the bottle, you can detransform. The entire reason Tiny is over here is to get this golden banana, right? Grab that golden banana, and then we're going to get out of here. So we're going to go right back across. Remember how I said that Warp 2 was important? You can take this Warp 2 now. You do have that mini monkey barrel as an option, but if you get over here and you run out of crystals and you can't make it back through there, you would be stuck. There is no other way out of here that I can immediately think of that's easily accessible. This is why we need to tag Warp 2 early. So anyways, you would take Warp 2 and take Warp 1, and you're back up here. Here you would tag Lanky, shoot that, and so you can kill these Kremlings if you would like to. Doing so, I might as well just show it. It'll start a cutscene here. Usually, I avoid attacking the Kremlings at all because I don't want to view that cutscene. But if you're not careful, they can knock you into the lava. However, I'll just show you this. After you slam the switch, there's a spot that you can stand where the Kremlings can't reach you. You just move slightly ahead of the switch there, and they won't be able to attack you while you have your gun out right here. I believe that there is a picture of which one of these match the other, so I will link that in the route or the description or both or something. But normally I like to do this pattern. If it isn't already obvious, you can use Z to slow down your scrolling speed while in first person. It helps maintain a lot of control for things like this. I find the controls to be a little too touchy on NSO without using Z to slow my scroll speed, so might be useful to you. Anyways, you can take Warp 1 down as Lanky. And then take Warp 2 as Lanky. And his Kasplat is over here. Get the blueprint, take Warp 2, and now we're going to leave here, but not the traditional way. We're going to dive into the water, go into this corner, and then just swim out. You can just go straight, basically. Eventually you will hit the void, and it'll take you back to the start of the level, and then you can grab ammo here and leave. Now, that's the beginner, super easy, no hard tricks way, okay? Let me show you the faster way to do this now. I don't expect you to do this, but I will explain the whole thing. Even if you do not learn this skew, be aware that you will have to learn a skew later on. Maybe a couple of them. It's very, very important in at least one other level. It is super important in this area as well. I would highly recommend that you spend time learning this. So, with that being said, I'm going to try my best to explain this. We're going to get in the water, and we're going to swim out of bounds. Now, by going over here where we are completely out of bounds and not in the out of bounds water, right? We are in fake water right now, where there's no actual visible water texture, right? You're going to jump, and that'll let you fall to the floor. Down here, you're going to pull out your gun. This is very important. Walk into the water from beneath. You cannot surface. If you surface here, you will screw this up. However, I'll show that as well. If you surface, oh no, I surfaced, just go into the fake water, and you can either jump or go into first person, and it'll drop you down here. Okay? So, once you're on the floor, pull out your gun, walk into the fake water. It'll put DK in the swimming state with his gun out. You're going to go over here while still out of bounds and swim to the side of Lanky's room. Do not pass over any of that water, including that corner that's out of bounds there. Just make sure you go around inbounds somewhere near this crystal, and you're going to press and hold Z. Sorry, I also need to take a moment and say, I've been saying Z this whole time because I'm Canadian. Z and Z are the same thing. I'm sure that's obvious, but if it's not, please be aware that I am saying Z in place of Z. That's all. Sorry. Okay, you're going to dive and hold Z here. Keep holding Z the entire time until I say you can let go. While you're holding Z, you're going to hold down on the control stick, and that'll lay DK back like this. Now, while doing this, you're still holding Z, holding down. Press C up, and that'll take you into first person with the gun sight out. You're going to just... you can let go of Z and down at this point, by the way. Sorry. As soon as you go into first person, you can let go of Z and down. When you're in first person, just press C up. Do not press any other buttons. Only press C up. And leave first person, and it'll drop DK out of the fake water and back on the ground. You can turn toward the switch and shoot it at this point. Now, I want you to be very careful with how you move. You can put the gun away. Do not jump. Absolutely don't jump unless I specify otherwise. We're going to grab the golden banana. If you jump, actually I have rewind so I can show this. If you jump, you lose skew. If you, oh, right, rewind. If you tap A at all, even for a frame, you lose skew. That's not what I... Dude, I'm so bad at this. At least I can show this quickly again. Swim out of bounds. Jump to the floor. Pull out gun, walk into the out of bounds water. Swim around the outside of Lanky's room. Dive, hold down and Z. Press C up. And then leave first person with C up. At least that wasn't that bad. I really wish the suspend menu and rewind were on different buttons, but I think that's more of a me problem than anything else. Anyways, back to where we were. If you jump, if you tap A, if you press A at all while on the ground, even if you leave first person with it, like I'm gonna leave first person with A here. Look at that, I lose skew. A is the enemy right now. Do not press A under any circumstances. Unless I tell you to. Like right now. Yeah. What we're gonna do is crouch, line up with the coconut switch. And you're going to hold forward, hold Z, and press A. As long as you are crouching, the A button is okay during the crouch animation. But you need to let go of A afterwards. Because, well, I might as well show this. If I were to hold A here, look at that, I lose skew. So again, line up with the coconut switch, hold forward, hold Z after you start moving, and tap A. And that'll long jump DK through the wall. He should maintain skew. Now we go around the side here and just underneath the stairs. I don't know if there's a really good way to line up exactly. Probably not from here. If you have the camera like this, you can kind of guesstimate that DK is roughly in the center, but a bit below the floor. So you're going to hold Z, going to hold Z and backflip. So just hold Z, tap A, and then when you're in the air, hold left in this case, so that we inbounds through the arm of the stairs. Right? And we just backflip up here. I'm not going to teach you how to moon kick like this, but to climb the stairs here, you just backflip. Remember, only tap A, do not hold A. If you are holding A at all while on the ground, you will lose skew. We need to keep skew really badly if you go this route. And this is going to take practice, so make sure you practice this up if you choose to incorporate this trick. You can long jump, right? So while you're holding forward, hold Z and tap A, and then Simian slam out of your long jump in order to slam that switch. You can also backflip to do it. You can also, I guess I might as well show this, with Lanky specifically, you can go into a rang stand and jump, and that's okay too. But you cannot hold A while on the ground. Anyways, same thing here. You already saw me do this once, so I'm just going to shoot these. And get the golden banana without running by it, ideally. One of the other major differences here is that we're using Lanky first instead of Tiny. Tiny first, you need it for the non-skew route, but Lanky first is much better overall with skew. Go into this corner and basically just hold forward through it. You can long jump here, or you can orang stand jump, but just don't lose skew. If you fall in the lava like that, I should show that. If you fall in the lava like that and you crouch, you will be stuck in crouch. This is intentional. That is known DK64 behavior, right? You will always be stuck in crouch there. You will not be able to long jump, but you can backflip. So just get as close as you can to the edge and then backflip to get back up here in the event that you fall into the lava. You don't want to fall into the lava, but if you do fall in. Now, that warp 2 we tagged earlier, you need it for this. Technically, you have other ways to get out of bounds there and back to where we were before because we have skew, but the warp 2 is the faster method and safer method, way safer. To get back into this tag barrel after taking warp 1 up, just backflip. That'll get Lanky in there. Tag Tiny here. And we're going to take her over here through the bottle. And we're going to go straight down. Do not lose skew. Again, do not hold A while touching the ground at all. So here you can kick slide, jump out of the kick slide, and just make sure you release your ponytail twirl before you touch the ground. As long as you early release the ponytail twirl, it'll be okay. Grab a crystal here on your way out. What we're going to do is go straight through the back wall behind the torch. So you can grab that crystal and then kick slide, jump out of the kick slide, ponytail twirl, and go straight through the wall to void out and back to the beginning of Aztec. Is there anything else I need to show here? Not really, right? As you saw, actually, I should just show losing skew here. If you lose skew right here, it is the absolute worst case scenario, but, like, you just warp 2 out and swim to void out again, like I showed with Lanky earlier. And if you jump here, you won't be able to go through the wall, right? So, you have to do kick slide, jump, ponytail twirl. That all works. But if you are holding A at all when you touch the ground, you'll lose skew. So just remember, kick slide, jump, ponytail twirl, void out. Again, that entire skew section is probably a little more difficult than I would expect a full beginner to be able to handle, but if you spend time working on it, I fully believe that you can get it within probably a week. Maybe less than that. Probably within a couple days, realistically, if you're just grinding that part out. But yeah. Grab some ammo on your way out. And then over here, we're going to grab this ammo when leaving the lobby as well, because we need all the ammo we can get. Take warp 2 down, because we tagged the ring warp 1 earlier. And then take warp 1. Oh, sorry, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. Take warp 2 down, and then go over here, swim to BFI. Sorry, I need to do a better job of reading my route while I'm talking. That is entirely my fault. Right here, you want to get relatively close to the shore, but not touch the shore. And then you're going to do swim through shores here. So press Z, tap B over and over. B, 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 until Tiny is in there. When the camera shifts, you know that you'll be fine. Now, this golden banana could end your run. I know that sounds really stupid, but this golden banana could do it. What you're going to do is swim until you have the locked camera, and you want to roughly put Tiny under the golden banana, right? So like, you see how I'm jumping here and Tiny isn't touching the golden banana? You can tell that I need to go up right a bit. So we go up there, grab the golden banana. The really bad part of this is if you don't have the locked camera and you jump. Watch this. You go in here to grab the golden banana, congratulations, you just killed your run. There is no way out of here without a phase walk. If you are worried about grabbing the golden banana from underneath like this, there is another way to do it, and that's just to shoot the feather switch. But we still have to do this swim through shores because we want to enter BFI to go and get access to the camera and shockwave. This is mainly for shockwave more than anything else, but having camera does give you the option to do a refill if you need it. So if you did not go and get the caged GB back here earlier because you are afraid of killing your run, just shoot the feather switch and then take warp 5 back. With that out of the way, now we take warp 1. Go into K-Lumsy and turn in key 2. I just realized I don't have my water bottle. It's already been about 2 hours, and I'm only entering factory. Oh man. From here, when you leave K-Lumsy, go around to the right, and we're just going to go over here. We have all of Tiny's moves, which means that we can access this monkey port pad right away. And we're going to play our instrument on the saxophone pad. Grab the golden banana. Sometimes that golden banana can get stuck in the air on that ferry, which is funny, but it doesn't really affect anything. Just make sure you grab it. Now from here, you can use Tiny's running attack to go and safely fall to factory lobby without taking fall damage, like this. Right, and that'll allow you to avoid this from happening. The fall damage animation is just extra time that you don't want to be spending, so make sure that you do the running attack instead. Here you want to tag Lanky and talk to B-Locker. As this is another lobby, please be aware that my golden banana count on screen may differ from your golden banana count in-game, and it's also going to be different than the written golden banana count in my route. This is because I am grabbing extra golden bananas, the optional ones, to go and show the strats for those. Enter is Lanky, and we have to watch this cutscene. Is there anything I need to say here? Probably not. So right here, you want to bait the robot over into this corner, and then just run against the corner here, and the robot will push you through. It's not always that fast or that easy. Robot push can be kind of RNG. If he runs at you and does a slap, you're just kind of out of luck. But just keep going for it until the robot will push you through the wall. So I'll do it again. Oh, okay. Come on, robot. Yeah, so like, he's close, but he didn't push me through the wall there. And there's the slap. So like, this can happen, right? It's not always fast or easy. Come on, robot. But this is like one of your better options of getting out of bounds, which unfortunately sucks. Come on, robot. Dude. We kinda need the robot to push us through. Come on. Dude. So this is that kind of really bad luck that can just happen. It's unfortunately part of this trick. And this only happens because we're right at the edge of the aggro range for this robot, where sometimes it just will decide to walk away instead of attacking us. Dude. Okay, well anyways, if you get through, that's fine. The important thing here is to, go to that far tag barrel star. You'll see that those two are close together. You want to go to that other one. Just until Lanky loads a room above us, like that. When Lanky disappears for a little bit and then reappears, it'll be because he's loading a different area. Here, you want to look in first person at the tunnels above you, and you want to go over here to arcade room. Go underneath it, and that'll load arcade room. I'll walk just a little farther. Turn around and go into first person. That cage up there, I can't really hit it. Can I back up enough? Yeah, I can. So that cage up there, we need to walk beneath that. By walking beneath it, it'll open the cage up. You hear that sound? The do-do-do-do-do-do-do. That's the sound of the gate opening. That's what we want to hear. Now, after we activate that cage and it's opened, we want to go to the lower tag barrel star. It's basically straight back from that cage. So just kind of walk towards it, roughly. Until you see those golden banana sparkles. And then just go inbounds and grab that golden banana. From here, we're going to slide off the right side. So by doing a crouch slide here, we avoid fall damage. And we can potentially land in the tag barrel. You're going to tag Diddy here and tag warp 4. This is very important. Do not forget to tag this warp. Jump off here. With a well-timed aerial, you can charge a shockwave by the time you hit the bottom. This is the main reason, like not this Kasplat in particular, but this is the main reason that we go and visit BFI. We want to get access to that shockwave because it's going to help our Kongs kill these Kasplats a lot faster. By releasing B with a full charged shockwave, we can just instantly KO them. Go over here, slam that Diddy switch. Now, if we void out or leave the level, that Diddy GB will go back to not being spawned. So we need to make sure that we don't void or leave the level here. In storage room, we tag Lanky. Go up here, and Orang stand up to free Chunky. Go back down, and we're going to get that golden banana. This is an easy dance skip that I will teach you if you'd like. You can just face these boxes ahead of Lanky and throw the orange and get knocked back into the golden banana. That's all it takes. It's very simple. From here, we're going to tag Tiny and go over towards her Kasplat. If you are familiar with the world record route, the world record N64 route, I should say, a lot of this is based off of that, but there are some changes, like this, that will not be in this route. In the N64 world record, you can do key 3 right here with Tiny. We won't be doing that, and it'll make sense later. Anyways, go over here, kill the Kasplat with Shockwave, and backflip up the pole. Long jump down the hallway, and that cage that we opened earlier, it's still open, so we go in and collect the golden banana. Now, the reason we didn't do key 3 down there is that we're going to enter the Troffenskoff portal here, but we're not doing key 3 yet. This is so that we can kind of mirror the world record route so that you get used to roughly doing what that route asks for, while still doing a much easier route for you. So tag Lanky while you're in the Troffenskoff and leave Troffenskoff. You're going to go over here and run into this corner. You're going to tap A and press B. As long as you aerial at a low height, Lanky will just immediately clip out of bounds. This is the easiest clip that I could think of in this room. That's why I've routed it in. This will allow Lanky to run roughly parallel to the room here. The camera will give a fixed angle around here, so just be careful about that. And just run through and go around over to this tag barrel. You can backflip, backflip, and enter the tag barrel here. Tag Chunky for the first time. This is a pretty unusual spot for him. And with Chunky... Oh, come on. Dude, I'm trying to explain stuff. Go away, dice. With Chunky, it only takes 5 shots to kill a Kasplat. So you want to kill the Kasplat with Chunky with his gun whenever possible. Chunky's Shockwave also takes a really long time at the end. Like, it's got a ton of end lag. And so we try and avoid using Chunky's Shockwave when possible here. Climb up to R&D and tag Lanky. Go around the right-hand side and backflip to climb up here. Charge a Shockwave and turn around. Oh, okay. So that's one thing that can happen, and a big problem with Lanky Shockwave in particular. Because there's so much wind-up, if the enemy decides to Shockwave at the same time, he will out-priority you, and you'll just waste a Shockwave. After getting that blueprint, go back to the tag barrel and tag DK. Climb this pole and go through this unmarked door. And this will drop you down to the power shed. Face left, and apparently miss both your shots. Shoot the coconut switch there and enter the power shed. And because we have all of the moves, just go and pull the lever. While this cutscene plays, I'm going to briefly mute my mic and go and get my water bottle. 1 second, I'm really thirsty. Sorry about that. I don't know how I completely forgot to bring it with me, but I did. Anyways. That spawns the GB here and turns on the production room. Grab the GB, get out of here. Oh my god, I just realized I didn't show 2 optional golden bananas. Give me 1 second to rectify that. I'm so sorry. Let's go back up here for a second. This is not part of the route. Again, these are optional golden bananas. Okay, so you would be over here with Lanky after clipping out of Arcade Room. Now, the first one I'm going to show is Tiny Dartboard. Actually, no it's not. The first one I'm going to show is Lanky Batty Barrel Bandit, because you don't have another good time to do this. That bonus barrel up there, you could either float to it using Baboon Balloon, but that's one method. Or you could do this. You could jump from this corner over to that door frame. So jump aerial, run against the door frame. Once you reach the peak, you jump and just turn around to enter the barrel. Either of those works. With this minigame in particular, it's always going to be like 2 things and then a golden banana on the first reel. 3 things or 1 thing and then a golden banana on the second reel here. 2 things and then a golden banana on the third reel. And then 3 things or 1 thing on the on the final reel. It's always going to be like that. So just take your time, make sure you line it up properly. You cannot restart in any of these. That's one other thing that I haven't actually mentioned up to this point. You cannot pause while in main menu mode. That's why I've been having to void in order to leave levels instead of pause exiting. Because pause exiting just won't work. So that's 1 golden banana, right? And then after getting that, you would go over here, face away from the wall, and Lanky can backflip to grab that. The other golden banana that you could optionally get is tag Tiny here before tagging Chunky. And go over here, Mini Monkey. And you just walk through the tunnel. There's no real other good way to get in here. This dartboard is always the same. It's always going to be orange, melon, banana, crystal, metal, and ammo box. Always those 6. and then grab the golden banana. You have to mini monkey again to get out of here. But in that room, you cannot drop below 1 coconut. It won't let you. So at least there's that. You can't possibly run out of crystals in that room. After that, you would tag Chunky and go and do his blueprint and all that. Right, so you would resume, go and get his Kasplat wherever it is this time around. Right over here, right? Dude, leave me alone. You do that, and then continue on up to R&D as you did before. However, back to where we actually were, which is right after Power Shed. After Power Shed, you leave it with DK, you tag Chunky, and you go over here. There are a couple different ways to get this golden banana. The fastest is from this side. You can do a skid jump, which is pressing A, so you have to hard reverse your direction. So if you're holding down, swap to up, and then a frame after you swap to up, you need to press A. And that'll get you a skid, and then you can double jump out of that skid. And then you grab onto here, sidle over to the right, and pull up. That's one option. Other option is you come over here, get on top of this box with a backflip, and from here you're going to jump aerial over to grab that box. And on here, sidle over to your left, then pull up. Nice. That's a great freeze frame. Thank you, Chunky. Oh my god, I did it again. The other thing you could do, which is really just the same as the first one I showed, you could just go over to the left side instead of the right side, if it's a better angle for you. Do a skid jump, move over to the left, pull up. All of those work, or you could do the intended way, I guess, where you slam this, slam the switch, and that opens up the box for the GB, and then you punch this and do it the intended way. But I think that both the other methods are pretty easy, so try and learn those. After that, you go out here, and we're going to the production room. Slam the switch, and then that warp 4 that we tagged super early on, go and tag it, or go and take it, rather. This is really awkward without lag, so try and wait for the fan blade to get pretty near you, and then jump over onto it. Once the crusher goes up again, jump in and grab the golden banana. And then go on the fan blade closest to the camera if you can. If you can't, it's fine to take the other one. Then you can jump across over to the middle platform, middle elevator rather. Middle elevator and jump up here. Here, you want to, what? It's Diddy now, right? Yeah, it is. So you go over to Diddy, and that golden banana switch, oh my god, it ate my A input. That golden banana switch that we pounded earlier, that golden banana is still here. So we're going to Simian Spring up to it, then go back. And because we didn't do key 3 yet, now we do key 3. So for this one in particular, tag Tiny. And we have to do another ledge clip with Tiny here to get in. You unfortunately will have to do at least 3 ledge clips in this run. 2. 2 for sure, maybe 3. But Tiny will be used to fight Mad Jack and Puff Toss. So you will have to ledge clip at least twice with her. So make sure to practice that. With Mad Jack, sorry, I should really be explaining this. Can I just suspend menu go back? Because I should make a save state. Yeah, so right here. Create save state. Okay, let's enter the boss again. Mad Jack is going to do the same amount of jumps depending on whichever phase it is. Additionally, Mad Jack will not reverse his movement regularly on phases 1, 2, and 3. So on phase 1, he always does 9 jumps. Phase 2, he does 11 jumps. Phase 3, he does 12 jumps. Phase 4, he does 13 jumps. And phase 5, he does 15 jumps. Additionally, if you do not fall off, he should be on blue, white, white, blue, white as his platforms. So, there is something else I need to show here. See if I can find a good way to show it. How can I do it? I think it would be better in phase 2 or so. It's probably better in phase 2 if I try to show it there. Yeah. Okay, so anyways, for phase 1, I'm just going to go across over and over again. This is Tiny's biggest advantage in the fight, going corner to corner. Look around, make sure the switch that you... or make sure which color he's on, and find the switch that matches it. Okay, see how he jumped to the left there instead of jumping straight down at me? The reason for that is Mad Jack has a preferred path that he likes to follow. If he is more than 2 squares away from you, and you're not in the same row or the same column as him, what he'll do is he'll move either left or right, or up and down, before he goes the other direction. So watch this, right? He's moving left here. Never mind, I lied. Occasionally that does happen, though. It's very rare that he defies logic there, but it can happen. Anyways, as you saw, he moved, what was it, 1 space left, and then he moved down, and then he started going left again. So, like, down was clearly his preferred path, but he broke logic for a moment. And that, I don't know how to fully explain that happening. I wish I did have a better answer for you, though. Right, so, like, he always goes all the way over to the right there. Just show that again, okay? So, he'll go down, and then all the way over to the right before he goes down again. That first down movement that he made, that broke logic. But the rest of it all made sense. But just trying to figure out his preferred path will help you figure out how to avoid him the best. Other than that, as far as you need to really know for this fight, just try and be as far away from him as possible whenever you can. In phase 4 and 5, he will backtrack on his movement, so if you can be far away from him, you can get him to just move over and over, back and forth, using and abusing his preferred pathing. In phase 4, he always starts to shoot the lasers, and then after you hit him in phase 4, he turns invisible. And phase 5, he'll continue shooting lasers. So I'm just abusing his left-right pathing here to keep him jumping back and forth. Occasionally, like, he will get close enough to where you can't do anything else about it. But if you can abuse his pathing, you should. It'll get you more fast jumps than if you let him linger near you. Anyway, I think that's all I can think of for Mad Jack, for general stuff at least. There are ways to go and RNG manipulate some of the switches occasionally, and you can use that if you would like, but I'm not going to spend time teaching that to beginners because I don't think that that's a good idea. Just do your best to get a feel for the fight first before trying to execute top strats. Anyway, after doing key 3, jump in the tag barrel, tag DK here. And go across these rollers, cylinders, whatever you want to call them. Go into first person and shoot that Splat until he dies. Should be 8 shots. Jump across to get the blueprint and drop down as DK. And then we enter the Crusher room. Here. When this Crusher goes up, you want to walk into the corner. So, ready? It's about to go up. We go into the corner, and that'll get you out of bounds every time. And then you can just go right to the end to grab the golden banana. If you want, you could use the strong Kong barrel, but you really don't need to. So same thing here. We go back to the start, wait for it to go up, and then walk into the corner. And then we're just going to roll out of bounds until we void out. Just pick a direction and keep going. That takes you back to the start of factory, and we're just going to leave. From here, pull the lever. You're going to, so I'll have to show this off a couple times. When you gain control, face left, press R, do a kick, jump, aerial. Let me see if I can show it properly. Not like that. Like that. And you can make it up onto the platform early. It's a little tight if you're not used to this. You don't have to hit R, I guess. You could just hold left, kick, jump, aerial, and then hit R at the top here. But anyways, once you're up here, just play instrument on the pad. And go back towards the tag barrel. Tag Chunky. Because we need to punch this box. Charge a shockwave and kill the Splat towards the exit here and leave factory lobby. We're going to take Warp 4 down here. Oops. Sorry. Take Warp 4 down, jump in the tag barrel. Forgot I changed this earlier. And roll to Jape's lobby as DK. And we're just going to enter Jape's. Go over here, do bush push again. I already talked about it once, so I'm not going to explain it again. But it should be a simple trick once you've learned it once. It's really not so bad. I find that I'm a lot better performing it at high speed rather than just taking it slow. But I don't know, that's just me. Anyway. Remember when I said we needed to do skew? This is that level. We cannot get away from doing skew here unless you want to take forever in Japes 2. It's pretty mandatory. So, what we're going to do, and I'll teach you the easiest way that I know of first. Swim through this wall and just get into the fake water, jump so that you're on the floor. Pull out your gun and walk back into the out of bounds water. Now Tiny is swimming with gun out. You're going to hold down NZ and you're going to go into first person, let go of first person by pressing C up again, put gun away. Now from here you want to navigate to this tunnel, the opening tunnel where the Diddy cutscene usually plays that says, "Hey, help me." We intentionally avoided this cutscene earlier so that you could use it now. So walk into the cutscene. It'll play. And then it'll warp you up here. And Tiny will still be skewed. This is really important. We need this. Now, I'm going to create a save state. And I'm going to show the faster method if you do not wish to use that cutscene. Well, I'll show a partially faster method first. Okay, so we're still going to swim through, get into fake water out of bounds, land on the ground, pull out gun, go into the water. What you can do is swim into this cage. Just make it so that the cage is roughly center of your screen, and then swim out of bounds. You can hold B to swim faster while on the surface. Sit in this corner of water until it raises, and then leave that corner of water, just swim out of it until you're in fake water, and then dive, hold Z, hold down, first person, leave first person, put gun away, and we can backflip up here. Now, both of those work. They are both essentially the same. One's just faster than the other. And then I guess I'll show one other thing. When you get better at skew, you can do a gun dive. Sorry, I should explain that better. So you can pull out gun on land, hold Z to slide off the land, and press C up before you hit the water. That's a gun dive. And then pull out ferry camera with C down and or ZC down. Leave first person and swim through the wall. And then you do the same thing after that. You swim over the cage, go out of bounds to this corner of water. Hit the corner of water, swim out of the corner of water. Whoop, I have bad height. Actually, I should show that. You can tell you have bad height if you can't dive. Or if you dive, hold Z and down, and then Tiny resurfaces immediately in the fake water. You want to make sure you have good height for this, if you're doing this method. But yeah, any of those ways work. Just do what's best for you. Let's see. Assuming that you do the cutscene method... I already hit the cutscene. Yeah, okay, I did. Assuming that you do the cutscene method, you would just go down here, because we're going to cross the river. Ponytail twirl, make sure to let go before you touch the ground. And then you skew through this wall, just to the left of the minecart exit. And grab her caged golden banana there. Then you go through the back of the cage, and over to this warp 3, take the warp 3. And we go right up the tunnel here. The safest form of movement for Tiny while skewed, because again, don't tap A, is to do kick slides. You can charge a shockwave near this splat from a kick slide and get the blueprint from it. Grab a couple crystals as you go past them, and skew into the stump to get this golden banana. Next we go down here to go back to the tag barrel, and you can backflip into this, tag to Diddy. Over to your left, we want to go through this red portion of the wall. Just go straight through it. You'll see Funky and the caged golden banana. Make sure you go over to the caged GB. From here, this is tricky. So get kind of close to the wall and close to Funky's hut. Backflip with Diddy and land on the banana peel. Walk to the top of the banana peel. Face the cliff and backflip up. It's very easy to lose skew there, so please be careful with that. Backflip up into the barrel to tag Chunky, get his nearby caged golden banana here. And then we tag over to Lanky. With Lanky, you can, and we will, use Orang Stand right here to go down the slope. While you're sliding, do not jump out of it, just let it happen, because again, while skewed, don't touch A. Pick up his caged golden banana. Okay. And, you were... I'll just go back up. I have rewind, why not? You can long jump off of here. And then Orang Stand up here, and enter here through the bars. Now, I'm going to show a couple of different methods for this. You could pound the pegs, I guess, and shoot all the zingers, but that's slow. So what you can do instead is do a skid jump, long jump to get through the wall. I don't expect you to do this, but this is my usual preferred method. And then while out of bounds, you can navigate to the golden banana. Right? However, I think that this method is going to be better for you. So backflip up onto the torch. Go into Orang Stand and hold against the wall here. I don't really know how to explain it, but like the center-ish of the torch, just jump at the wall repeatedly. Like, just mash A, basically. Watch this. If I can get up there. You have to full jump and then mash A. Like that. And Lanky will just jump over the wall and get out of bounds. You have to hold, like, up left-ish. And, yeah, it's not too bad. But yeah, you can just completely get out of bounds like that. If you take too long on the mashing, Lanky starts to slip. That's what you're seeing there. But if you mash A, Lanky should be fine every time. So I would practice that if I were you, but it should be pretty simple to get a hang of. Get the golden banana from behind, and then leave the painting room. From here, you can get ammo right there if you need it. And then we're going to go into the tunnel. And get his blueprint. Oh my goodness. Thank you. And then go up here to do his speedy swing sortie golden banana bonus barrel. Here you just want to jump on the mushroom. Now you can land on top of the tree here and then just begin swinging across and just mash A. Or if you bounce on the mushroom, you can aerial and skip the first vine to get that first coin. And that's a little faster. It's like a half second faster. So it's not a big deal, but if you want to optimize, you can do that. Get that golden banana. And we're going to leave this area. So back out mostly the way we came in, except we're going to go through the center tunnel. And go back to this tag barrel. Whoops. Go to Chunky. And we're going to swim into the underground there. I guess I could have explained that a little better, because I didn't say anything at all, so of course I could have done it better. Sorry. So here, you know the drill with the swim through walls at this point, right? You just first person, unfirst person swim through the wall. This loading zone has a pretty big hitbox. The corners of the camera, yeah, all of that will work. Like, it goes out quite a long ways, so you have to be careful when you're swimming by this if you don't intend to swim into the underground. From here, we're just going to go across and shoot the switches. While over here as well, we're going to shoot the Kasplat. Takes 5 shots, and then just swing across. That way you will not get knocked off by that Kasplat there. I very much recommend doing that. And then just death warp here. When you die, actually, can I show that? Sorry, I'm gonna go back down there one more time, because there's another thing to show. When you die and the audio fades out, you can hold A and down right, and you should get an auto jump. Here. Now. Okay, I did not do it fast enough. Oh, I can just rewind. What am I doing? No. There we go. You see that jump there? If you hold like hard down right, then you can get the jump into the loading zone without needing the cannon. But I think I'm going way too early on the A button. Yeah, just basically wait until the audio fades out and then hold A, and you can get the jump. Now, this rock, I need to show a couple different things off here. So, normally, if you do the cutscene skew method, you throw the rock over here, have the beaver damage you into it, and then you take warp 1 to leave. Okay, this would be probably the most common scenario, I would imagine. However, do I have... Yes, I can go back far enough, that's good. If you did not use the cutscene, though, to go and skew, and you need to leave without hitting the cutscene, you can do one of two things. Oh, I didn't throw it far enough, my bad. You can take the rock over here and chuck it into the water. And then grab the golden banana underwater to skip the dance. And then swim through this wall and just like kind of upright in general. And swim until you void out. And that'll take you back to the start of Japes. That way you don't have to view the cutscene. There is another way to just go and swim back to the gate here, but it's kind of finicky. I don't think I would recommend that. But anyways. Nice. In the lobby here, take Chunky and go and move this rock. Oh, I don't think I said it last time. My golden banana count on screen may not match yours, and it almost certainly does not match the golden banana count in the route, because I have stopped to pick up optional golden bananas that could be used in place of others, and so I have a couple extras because of that. Sorry, I keep forgetting to say that. After getting Lanky's instrument GB there, we leave the lobby. and we do orang stand jumps back to the tag barrel, tag DK, and take warp 4 up. Here we're going to drop down left to his caged golden banana. Shoot the switch, grab the golden banana. And then kick down right into the water and enter Galleon lobby. From here, we're going to enter Galleon. Just talk to B-Locker. And enter Galleon. Roll down the main hallway with DK until we get to this tag barrel. Tag Chunky here. And go down the center to here. You can throw an orange and that'll blow both those guys up. That golden banana is always in the right chest. Now, this is not usually important, but it could be important to you later. If you need headphones on Chunky for some reason, if you need to, because like you start with 0 instrument energy, right? If you need instrument energy on Chunky, you can break the middle chest and get these headphones. But the way I have the route right now does not require them. Go back out here and take the cannon up, swing across the vines, and on the right hand side, we're just going to jump aerial over to the Troffenskoff portal. Here we tag Tiny, and we do have to do another ledge clip. Once you've gotten the ledge clip, same as usual, just navigate to the loading zone. Okay. The stars here are always in the same spot. There will be a puff toss route that I put in the route here. But you always start on the right, and then you go left. And you keep going left until this one, and then you turn around, hit that star, turn around again. Then we turn back around, get that star, this one's a little further out, then this one's almost on the opposite side. Continue going around, that one there, turn around. We want to be sort of in this alcove here. We go this way, and then turn back around for that one. Get the one in the yellow alcove, turn around. You can jump over Puff Toss's shockwave briefly, but you can't avoid it entirely. These two are right here next to each other, and then the next 3 are over in the green area, all next to each other. And then you want to jump. If you jump during the cutscene, you'll retain your momentum, even while you're supposed to be slowing down. It's a pretty useful trick in Puff Toss. These two are together, and then we go back to red-yellow for these two that are together, if I could hit it. That's awful. Frankly, there's not a whole lot to say about Puff Toss. The boat controls, you can hold R and you'll turn sharper than you would otherwise. You can jump during a cutscene and you'll retain your momentum, and that's basically it. Other than that, it's just memorize the star pattern, and you'll be okay. Pull back up on the ledge here, and we're going to kick slide, jump, ponytail twirl back over to the over to warp 3. We're going to get her, oh my goodness, it ate my input. You can jump on this Kasplat to knock him down, or if he's not being a jerk, and this guy is most definitely being a jerk, you could charge a Shockwave. The Shockwave is faster, but like, because that's such a small platform, if he's Shockwaving there, he's likely to just knock you off. Bring DK over here and shoot both those switches to open up the lighthouse area. And then we're going to dive down with DK to this tag barrel. Oh my goodness. I turned right too soon. I need to hold right in that tag barrel to get to Lanky, so I started holding right too early. That's my bad. Enter the on-guard box here. And on the left side of the lighthouse at the bottom here, we want to break this chest. You can break it with B and then detransform before you lose control from the cutscene. Let me actually just go back, because I lined that up terribly. If you go to like this side of the treasure chest, I think you can just do that. Yeah, there you go. That's a good way to line it up. So you go to this side of the treasure chest, hold completely up, press B, and then quickly press ZC left, and that'll detransform Lanky to grab the golden banana during the cutscene. Tag Diddy at this tag barrel. It's really annoying getting out of that alcove, but this is unfortunately the best tag barrel for what we need. Swim directly up above the tag barrel to get to Diddy's Kasplat, charge a Shockwave, and get the blueprint. Swim over here and raise the water level with Diddy. We will need this later. It is very important that you do this. And then we swim across to Snide. We are going to turn in Diddy's blueprints here and Lanky's blueprints here. So that's 4 blueprints. Exit out of there, and then go and tag Lanky. And turn in his blueprints. There should be 3 of them here. And then we leave Snides with Lanky. You can grab these crystals if you are low. If you've been picking up crystals diligently, though, you can probably skip them. So we're going to swim over to this wall. It's like directly across from Snides, right? That Snides over there. Over there. But we're swimming across to this wall. It is... We want to be like right above this white spot on the wall. You'll see like where those... Maybe if I get closer. You see how there's a vertical line here and a horizontal line here, and they make a cross, sort of? We want to swim just basically through there. Slightly to the right. Or sorry, as usual, angle slightly to the right. Thank you, Kasplat. Thank you, Kasplat. Dude! Sometimes they just kind of don't stop. After getting Lanky blueprint, right, I just want to show this is the So Lanky Blueprint's right here. Go underneath the platform that has the cannonball on it, and you can just swim through there. Now, this one is a little annoying. We're going to be entering a Lanky Two-Door ship, which is that gate right there, but we can't swim through the side of the ship. So, I'm going to teach you an out of bounds here. We need to be partially down this slope. We can swim through this wall, and then go hard left, and swim underneath the platform that the ship is on here. Okay? Now, underneath here, we want to go into the back of that tunnel, the back of that gate. Take it slow, use first person, and just try and line up with the back of it, roughly. And then you can enter there. In here, you want to just swim to the end. Sorry, this is the right wall, right? That's the, get out of there. This is the wall to the right of the on-guard box, okay? On-guard box is there. Go to the right wall, swim through it, and just go right around the gate to get the golden banana. Turn right back around, go through that same wall that you just went through, and go to the right to leave back through the entrance that we entered from. We're going to essentially go straight forward here, just slightly to the right to avoid those spikes coming out of the water. And then we're going to swim through the 4 gate. The 4 gate is Lanky's room. You can grab some crystals here if you are low. Just grab the golden banana, and then swim to the left, and go back out the way you came in. Okay, I missed that crystal, that's fine. From here, we're going to go left, like Lanky's left, and swim over to the cactus. This Kasplat, like all the others, is annoying, go figure. You can pull your gun out here while standing on the bongo pad and shoot the Kasplat. You should be able to get a couple shots in on him each time. That's one of the better ways to kill him, I guess, but he will be really annoying regardless. Go back to this tag barrel and tag Tiny. And we're going to swim right past that 4 gate that we went by earlier. That's the 4 gate there. We need the 5 gate with Tiny. Swim through there. This golden banana is annoying because of the perspective here. Try and line up your height on the golden banana before you even enter the room. That's the best advice that I can give you here. Once you get the golden banana, just hope that this guy doesn't totally block you from leaving. And then get out of there. Actually, hang on. There is one thing I should show. After getting the golden banana, if he is blocking your path and you cannot exit, you can just swim through these bars. That's important. That gets you out of there, even if that guy's blocking you. After that, you go and leave here and swim around to Tiny's right to enter the treasure room. Now, the high water already came in handy, but what we really wanted it for was this room. Tag Lanky here and go up to the left gold tower. This is Lanky's. Use Baboon Balloon to reach this first platform and deflate. Then run into this corner. You're going to backflip and land like right here-ish, whether you're slightly on the corner of the pad or like beside it, whatever works. But by doing that, you can backflip without activating the pad and it saves some time. Otherwise, you get this, where Lanky doesn't rise at all and instantly deflates. So, run into the corner, backflip. Oh my god. Backflip, 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 backflip. It's just all backflips.
Welcome to bonus day.
If you do have to use the Baboon Balloon, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. But just know that it is possible with a little precision to avoid activating the Baboon Balloon pad. Searchlight Seek, you want to just... Let me back that up. You want to just shoot a little bit ahead of where the Claptrap is currently headed. So here, right, just a little bit ahead of him. Occasionally they'll turn like that, and there's not much you can do about that. But just try and trap them as best as you can. If you shoot it like the tip of their nose, as long as they don't turn, you'll usually be okay. Drop back down into the water, and back to the tag barrel to tag DK. Okay, this is going to be one of the harder moon kicks you have to pull off, but you need to pull this off. This is used in pretty much every route ever, except sometimes it's done on low water off the top of that treasure chest. However, we need high water here for Lanky Gold Tower. So, let me teach you this. What we're looking for here is you need to face DK away from the gold tower. Full jump and time an aerial to be interrupted by landing on the Diddy pad. That's all there is to this. The hard part is going to be getting the timing down. You can go and watch the water level if you want. I just kind of prefer to time it myself, personally. Like, time the aerial. Because it's usually not too bad once you get the hang of it. I say as I've failed it twice now. Yeah. But, like, it's really not too bad. I think, at least. You can do it from any side of this lowest coin stack. It doesn't really matter. When you're up here, don't jump out beside the Kasplat, despite that being what I just did. If you are on this lower part, you can charge Shockwave, and you can Shockwave kill him even while you're below him. However, if you do that and he's... Oops. Can I get him to turn around and Shockwave? Yeah, if he's charging a Shockwave and you release yours, there'll be trouble. Can you charge it up again? Come on, man. Come on. He's not doing it. I really need to show this. This is important. Come on, Shockwave for me. This is important. Please Shockwave for me. I guess you've already seen it, right? With the Lanky Kasplat and Factory. I just really wish this guy would Shockwave. Of course, the one time I want him to, he's not going to. Yeah, he's just not going to. I'm not gonna keep waiting for him if he keeps this up. I'll try once more. Shockwave for me. Like this. If that happens, you probably just lose the blueprint and you have to wait for him to respawn. Because the blueprint only stays on the ground for a few seconds. Now, in this run, we cannot skip that blueprint. We absolutely need it. So in this scenario, just wait for him to respawn. It doesn't take super long. Just get up here, kill him, get the blueprint, kick down, and we void to leave Galleon. It's very, very important that you do get the blueprint there. You can grab some oranges here if you were missing any from using some before. Tag to Chunky in the lobby. 5 shots will do in that Kasplat. Tag Tiny. Now this is the, how do I explain this wall? The wall between the torch and the exit, I guess. Just swim over here, you can swim right through this wall. And swim up, grab the golden banana. Now in here, you're going to go to the torch wall, look slightly right, and just swim through it. You want to void out here, so just keep swimming straight out, and then hold left and hold A to leave the lobby. We're going to go back over to K Lumsey now. Swim over here, go into K Lumsey Cage, turn in key 4. At this point, we still have key 3 in our inventory, but the reason that key 4 turns in first is due to key priority. The higher numbered key will always go in the lock first when you load the area. There is an exception to this, where if you turn in keys 3 or 8, and you stay in the area, it will just go and load the lowest numbered key that you have in your inventory next instead. Anyway, once you turn in key 4, take warp 1 back, tag Chunky here, and take warp 5. We want to swim over here with Chunky to the green island, because we're going to do his hunky chunky stuff. Swim over to the X, and pound the X. Swim over here. So the important thing here is that there is the caged GB right there for Chunky. What we're going to do is stay in the water just a little bit before Chunky's shadow reaches the shoreline there. We're going to swim through shores, so Z, tap B over and over, and then he'll swim through. Now, under here, we want to swim... Oh, okay, don't flip the camera, but swim forward. If you run into the front of the bars, I should show that. Chunky won't be able to move forward, in which case go right, assuming that you're looking at the bars, and then you can go around them. Now, this one's not too bad to line up. You want to wait until you have Chunky here with his head basically in the golden banana. As long as you line it up well like this, you can just jump, grab the golden banana, Chunky will fall to the floor. However, oh, that's not far enough back. If you jump and you're too far back, in other words, you don't have the locked camera icon, this is what happens. Chunky is now stuck in the cage. And your run is dead. Congratulations. Oh, never mind. I lied. I didn't even know you could jump through there. That's news to me. I learned something today. You can jump through either side. Well, be as willy-nilly as you want. Nothing matters. That's so funny. I actually just legitimately thought that you were stuck there forever and your run was dead. Now that being said, you should not try to jump in here, but it is funny that you can escape like that. Anyways, there you go. Look at that, learning new stuff on the fly. Okay, can I go back and like just replenish some of my crystals? Because I've been standing around losing a lot of crystals. Go after the cutscene. Okay. So swim over here. Before Chunky touches the shore, do swim through shores. Line up Chunky's head under the golden banana. And then walk or swim over here to the rock GB. Now, you can either jump out of the water and go and get it, or while underwater, you can use this wall just slightly to the right of where you got here. Go straight up, and grab the golden banana from underneath, if you can find it. I messed up my angle, and so I am being very bad at this right now. Yeah. So if you have trouble with that, just go on top of the rock, because I messed up my angle. That's what happened to me. Go back. Yeah. So, obviously, given that's what just happened, it would be faster for me to do this. But you can skip the dance by swimming underneath it. That's the main benefit. From here, go over to the left towards the fungi cannon and just run against it. Hunky Chunky will automatically de-transform. I should show that, actually. If you don't hold Z, Chunky gets stuck in that landing animation and can't move for a little bit. So, when you get shot out of the cannon, hold Z here, and Chunky will gain control the moment that you let go of Z. It's not a lot, but it is useful. So you can just tap Z, basically, and gain control of Chunky right away. Tag Tiny in the lobby here, and talk to B-Locker to enter Fungi. I didn't explicitly state it, but I don't have any optional GBs routed into Galleon. That's why I didn't show off any there. We go over here to the side for Red Tunnel. Ooh, should I show that? No, it's okay. It's okay. And go up the hill here. There's some crystals here. Grab them if you're low. There's, what, 5? Yeah. It's like, I'm okay at the moment, but make sure you grab them if you are low, because we're going to use a lot. Jump. Hang on. How do I explain this? What you need to do is jump with A and keep holding A. Don't let go, because you're going to get a bigger bounce off of this bouncy shroom if you hold A while on it. Let me see if I can show. So if I don't hold A, I go up to here, and I can't ponytail twirl there, right? But if I come over here and I hold A, I get a lot of extra height and a lot of extra distance. So it's absolutely necessary to hold A while jumping on this bouncy shroom. So walk over here, full jump, keep holding A, and then just let go briefly and hold A again to ponytail twirl up. Shockwave that Kasplat, and then jump back down towards the back of the giant mushroom. You want to tag Diddy here. There's lots of ammo here if you are low on ammo. I think you should be okay at this point, but, you know, if you need it. And there's lots more crystals here if you're low on them. I'm telling you, we're going to be using a lot, so make sure you have them. Rocket barrel up here, and go to the left to find this tag barrel. Tag Lanky here, and Orang stand up the giant mushroom. And we're just gonna go back down here into Darkroom. You can use Lanky's aerial to go and help you navigate to that golden banana. You also don't need to hold A on that bouncy mushroom there. Go back to the tag barrel here, tag Chunky, and you're just going to drop basically straight down. 5 shots will do this Kasplat in with Chunky. And then, looking at the Night Gate, you want to go to the right. Right against here, just full jump, and then aerial, and you want to land on this platform. I was actually further right than I expected to be, but you can see I still made it. So maybe more in that corner is a little better. Anyways, you can get over there quite easily. Go into the tag barrel, tag Diddy. If you didn't get ammo and you need ammo, there's 15 for free. And then this one is essentially free, and that one is free. So there's 25 free ammo there if you need it. You can charge Diddy Shockwave and kill the Kasplat back towards the entrance, because we are leaving immediately after getting that. And then we're going over to the right. Aerial to stop the fall damage. Okay. This is another instance of it would be better if you skew, but you don't technically have to. But skew is way better here. So, I'll see if I can show the easy way first. Go into the water. Nice. I should also explain which walls work here. The wall in front of Red Tunnel does not work. This entire wall will not work. But this wall will. And that wall will. Anything within 2, I think 2 of Cranky. Or at least Cranky plus 2 this way, for sure. It will all work. So you can swim through that wall. Do we have out of bounds water here? We kinda do, yeah. Let's go that way though. Yeah, let's go that way though. So, swim through this wall, and we're gonna turn right. When we get... Is there a good way that I can actually show this? Because the camera's not really working with me here. Okay, well, this isn't going to be super good camera-wise. How else can I show this? You're just gonna have to use first person a lot, I guess. I don't like saying that, but it's kind of the truth. So, find an out-of-bounds water corner by jumping, right? And making sure that you still land in it when you jump. Jump out of it intentionally, so that you're on the floor, beside the out-of-bounds corner of water. Pull out your gun, and walk into the out-of-bounds corner of water. From here, we are going to swim out past this corner. How do I show that? I really wish the camera was better here. This corner. This out-of-bounds land corner. You can follow it until Diddy disappears, and when he does, hold left. So now you should be following this tunnel. So now, when you reach the end of the tunnel here, dive, hold down, hold Z. Oh, my height is actually really bad. Let me go back and do that again. Because I could make this work, but I'm not going to try. I'd rather show something that does work. Sorry about that. Go out of bounds here. Does this work better? A little bit better, I guess. It's not perfect. I can't get the camera to work the way I want it to. That's a shame. Okay, so I'm like mostly underneath Cranky right now. Not quite, but sort of. This out of bounds corner of water is what I'm going to use. So I'm on the floor. Pull out gun, walk into the corner of water, and we're just going to swim around the front by the red tunnel. I think that's probably the better answer for people. Does this work if I have low height? Can I backflip up? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. So, let's do that then. Okay, once again, we are basically just under Cranky, a little bit to the right of him, but, you know, close enough. And I've jumped out of fake water. I'm on the ground. Pull out gun. Walk forward until I'm in the water. Now I'm swimming with guns out, and I'm just going to continue swimming along here. You don't want to be up on the corner, but you want to be near it. Go to the left when Diddy disappears and follow the tunnel along to the end. At the end of the tunnel, hold Z, hold down, go into first person with C up, and use C up to leave first person. Put guns away, and backflip. Look for the tunnel and backflip inbounds. If you choose to do skew, that's how you'll probably want to do it. And again, more crystals here if you need them. Don't worry, I will also show what you do if you don't have skew. But I needed skew over here first. Get Lanky's blueprint from Visca Splat. And then tag Chunky. Or sorry, Tiny. With Tiny, you want to go over here to this wall that is on the first part of the slope. I don't know how else to explain that. The yellow? Yeah, like it's green on this flat area, the yellow and orangey part on the slope here. You want to enter roughly like halfway up the slope, walk out of bounds, and then walk beneath the anthill. This allows you to backflip into the loading zone, which is in roughly the center of the anthill there. So, what do you do if you don't have skew? Because this was a trek, right? How far back can I go? Let's put gun away. So if you don't have skew, you can still swim out over here, either on this wall or this wall by the mushroom guy, whatever works. And you can swim around here without guns. We're not going to gun skew this time. When Diddy disappears, hold left and follow the tunnel to the end. Without skew, you can just jump aerial in bounds. Collect the crystals if you need them. Oh, don't do it. Get Lanky's flat blueprint there. And then tag Tiny. Now, you already saw how to enter with skew. Without skew, you just do the intended way. This is a good amount slower, but like if you're not good with skew and you still want to do the GB that I have in the route here, this is what you would do. You just go around to the front of the anthill, kick slide, jump aerial up onto the stump here to play saxophone on it, to play saxophone on the pad. and then you enter Anthill. Now, at this point, you're probably thinking, you didn't stop to get headphones anywhere with Tiny. And that's because we don't need them for this. Dude. We don't need them for this. Totally screws everything up. Yep. Dude, this is bad. Every time I did this in testing, the stupid claptraps cooperated. Very stupid. How? Why, dude? I do this in practice, I do this in routing, and it works perfectly fine. And then I go to get video of it, and everything just hates me. Okay. So, I want to talk about the dangers here now that I'm actually, you know, getting this to work half successfully. If you hit that guy and then you're too slow here, Tiny could fall down that chasm. So don't go for the jump if you are not confident you're not going to make it. Also, we can't be too willy-nilly with the oranges because we are going to need some later. If you're worried Tiny's not going to make it in time, just don't go for the jump. Just wait for the banana to land and then go and get it. But if you are confident you can make it, it is faster to grab the banana as it's spawning. Like, what? That's not gonna make it, so I have to wait. This is definitely one of the more annoying golden bananas, I guess. Like I said, in practice, this went perfectly fine. But go figure. When I go to get video, it doesn't. So, sorry about that. But anyways, it does work out if you play better than I did, I guess. After you get the golden banana, go and death warp. And we're just going to take Tiny through the blue tunnel. It's a long trek with Tiny, but like, it doesn't make sense to go and tag anyone else at this point. Because we're going to turn in her blueprints here. So there's Tiny's blueprints turned in, and now we're going to use the nearby tag barrel to turn in Chunkies. And while these turn in, I'm going to take a drink. Give me a moment. Okay. After turning in Chunkies, we head into the Troffenskoff portal here. We tag DK. Same as before, use your preferred Moonkick method or Ledge Clip. If you prefer the Ledge Clip, then feel free to do that as DK as well. Use that to get out of bounds, enter the boss. Now, this boss, there is a way to do a quick kill on this boss. I'm going to do some very specific movement in order to position DK where I want him to be. I might fail this, but let's hope I don't. 3, 4, 5. I grab the barrel here, take 3 steps forward, and then plant the barrel, then stand on it, and that's how I get the quick kill. The 3 steps is kind of like a rule of thumb rather than a hard rule. But I always do that, and I usually get it. What else can I do here to show? 1, 2, 3. When he throws the 4th one, I turn around. 1, 2, 3. You just need to make sure that you are taking damage and the barrel is placed under his hand. Not like when he originally puts his hand down, but is there a good way to show that? That's not gonna work. Why'd I stop there? One, two, three. It's too fast for me to pause on that frame. But anyways, when he goes to put his hand down after he shakes his finger at you, he puts his hand a little farther than he normally does. You need to have the barrel in position under that animation of his hand. And then stand on or near the barrel, either between the barrel and Dogadon or on the barrel. And then you should just get the quick kill, and that's key 5. Now, that same quick kill works in Aztec. And if you do that quick kill on him in Aztec, you get key 5 there. But I believe that was banned from NLE, or at least banned with a caveat of even if you do that, you still have to kill the boss and fungi, something like that. Because of me. Sorry. The reason that I got it banned is I made a really funny route back in the day that abused that really badly. And although I didn't technically beat the VC time with it at the time, I was within a couple minutes on a pretty bad run. And even now, if that route was modernized, it would keep up with the world record route, which is really funny. But it goes against the spirit of NLE, and so the trick got banned. I didn't bother explaining DK just walking over to the mill because there wasn't much to say there. After getting key 5, we turn in DK's blueprints and then head into the mill. Feel like everybody knows about this spot now, but if you go over to the right side of the mill and just walk DK through here, he just goes through the wall. Now the camera can be kind of funky when you do this. So, what I like to do, walk through the wall, turn DK to the left, press R and C up, and that'll center the camera behind you while out of bounds. Now, go to this corner, and how do I make this happen unintentionally? There we go. So, you can see everything went black all of a sudden. When this happens, stop moving, hold Z, and just pivot DK to the left. That's usually what'll do it. Or sorry, to the right. If you pivot DK to the right, then you can move the camera to the left, and that'll reload the main room. And usually that'll fix your problem. If it doesn't, though, just kind of hold Z and turn the camera with R and turning DK. Eventually something will load again. Then you want to walk along the back wall here and just inbounds to go and grab that mill GB. That GB can technically be grabbed infinite times. However, we are only allowed to grab it once. Any more than that counts as duplication. And duplication is obviously banned. After getting the mill GB, you go and tag Diddy there, drop into the water out here, and swim underneath the mill to go and get to his caged golden banana here. Swim right at the cage at the golden banana, and you can swim through that wall. Now here, Diddy might kind of feel stuck, but he probably won't fully be. All you need to really do is walk Diddy into the upper right corner. Right, so like right here, if I walk left or up, then I'm not getting anywhere with Diddy. If you walk up right, he should get free of there. And if he doesn't, just kind of wiggle around until it does work. I should actually show where I'm going, sorry. After you get out, you want to swim beneath the thorn bushes here. Okay, now, while out of bounds and in the fake water, we are going to do a skew here, but this is much easier than the other skew. Swim right beneath the barn, and then when you're underneath the switch in the back here, you want to hold up and just keep swimming forward. It's okay if you move slowly, you just need Diddy to swim up into the bush, like that, and then you go through the bush and to the side with the tag barrel. Backflip up into the tag barrel here, tag DK. And kill the Kasplat for the blueprint. From here, you can go out either side to void out, doesn't matter. You can either go here on the left side of this leafy green hedge, right, and that'll void you out, or you can go on the right side of this leafy green hedge, and that'll void you out. All you need to do is get skew so that you void out there. However, we need to talk about this. Man, I keep hitting the wrong button. Let's say you lose skew. That's really bad. You are mostly trapped here, but not entirely. Let me show you what I mean by that. All the way around here, there is no way for DK to get out. And because it's daytime, this gate is in the way. You can't go back out through this gate. So, there is one other way that DK can get out of here. A little annoying, as in very annoying, and I haven't practiced this forever. What you can do, take damage on the thorns, and then jump over the switch and slam it. Nice. With that open, you can enter the DK barn here. And there's a couple of different ways to void out from here. Climb up to the second floor. I'll show this one first. Does this work with just a long jump? I don't know if it does. Yeah, that won't work, okay. Right, okay. So it could work with a skid jump, double jump aerial through this beam. That's one of the main methods. Right, you can pretty easily clear that, but hitting the skid jump, double jump is a little bit difficult if you're not used to it. You have to hard switch your direction from either down to up or right to left or whatever. And you have to have kind of particular positioning here. Because you need to... Oops. You need to clip through this beam. Dude, come on. And clipping through the beam is obviously very annoying. As you can see. Very annoying. But that's what happens if you get stuck in here. It's just an awful way to get out. And I don't think there's any other way to clip like that. So anyways, this is one way to do it. And you just kind of have to hope that you nail it. There is a video of this that I can attach to the description. So I will make sure I do that. Because, like, I'm not even getting it right now. I got it at first, and then now I'm just not getting it at all. So that should tell you how annoying this is. Anyways, if you don't want to do that, and I would not blame you at all, there is another way to do this technically. I only learned about this a few days ago. But you get up on the barrel here, and you turn DK around, and sometimes DK will clip through this wall. Like that. Right? So if you do that, then you can just keep holding forward, and DK will void out. And that will put you at the start of fungi. This is probably the better way. I'm just not confident with this way at all. Just because, I mean, I've gotten it 3 times in a row now, but... Please stop that. I'm definitely not confident with this way, but if it works, it works. And this is definitely less intensive on hitting movement than the other way. So yeah, just do what works for you, but also, please don't lose skew, don't get stuck here. This is a really bad spot to get stuck. Anyways, we're done in fungi. In the lobby, we're gonna tag Diddy. And leave the lobby. We want to put the camera behind us here. Because we're going to do a stupid jump. We need to go from here over to there. I believe the shortest distance between the two is from this corner over to there. I think. I don't often do this jump. But if you do it right, Diddy will grab the ledge. He just barely makes it. Can I go from... yeah, from this. Yeah, so if you do it right, Diddy grabs the ledge there. And if you do it wrong... well, he grabbed the ledge anyways for me. There. I'll simulate doing it wrong. You fall all the way down. And if you fall all the way down, all you can do is take the cannon back up to fungi and try again. There is no easier way to get across because we didn't play Lanky's trombone on the trombone pad in Isles here. So we don't have rocket barrel. So you're going to have to practice this jump so that you can get over here without issue. Get that golden banana. And then we're going to crouch slide down here. When Diddy comes into view, you can let go of crouch. And then here, we tag Lanky. And now we have some more golden bananas to collect with him. So this golden banana is another one where you could technically get stuck. If you don't want to do it this way, just open the cage, right? Like the grape switch is right there. Anyways. To do the clip here, swim around to the back where this tether is attached to K. Lumsey's island. You're going to go into first person. Leave first person. And we're going to swim through shores, basically. So Z, tap B. And then let go. And do nothing until Lanky surfaces. Now we're going to surface swim towards the shell part of K. Lumsey's island here. And we're going to jump while holding towards the shell. That'll clip us in. Now, get the locked camera view and jump until Lanky is right underneath the golden banana. If you jump too far back, you're kind of locked in here. There is a way to shoot the switch. Like, kind of like that. I don't know if I got lucky or not, but yeah, okay. So just poke the gun through there if you get stuck. Like, aim it at the switch like this, and then jump and shoot. That's how you get out, I guess. I'm learning a lot, actually, because I've never, like, I knew that that was possible, but I didn't know that it was consistently possible, you know? Anyways, after getting the golden banana, you can just swim forward and then jump into the back of the loading zone to enter K. Lumsey's cage. Do not enter the lowest part of the ring there. You want to enter the Orangstand sprint barrel. Go around the outside to tag that switch. And go around. Go and get the golden banana. Once you have the golden banana, go down to the inner ring and turn in key 5. We are most of the way there at this point. This might end up being under 5 hours. That would be nice. I was kind of expecting that this would take 5 hours, so we'll see if I come in on an underestimate or not. Take warp 1 back, enter the tag barrel, tag Chunky, and take warp 2. Play Chunky's instrument on the pad here. Now this jump can be annoying. You may need to practice this jump. With Chunky, it's just full jump, aerial over to here. But it's really easy to get caught on the corner, and then you won't make it. So practice jumping a little out from the corner first, and then it should be okay every time. However, if you go too far out like that, and you walk off the edge, that doesn't help you either. So just make sure you jump before you get to the corner, and you just kind of dodge it without holding too far down. Anyway, with some practice, you should be getting that pretty consistently. Go over to the right and punch this ice wall near the tag barrel. Then jump in the tag barrel and tag Lanky. Get Lanky's blueprint in here. Go back to the tag barrel, tag Diddy. Backflip up and take the rocket barrel play guitar there. And enter caves. Also, I forgot to say, but my golden banana count may not match yours, and my golden banana count does not match the route currently because I have extra GBs that are included in the optional texts. And so I have extras that I otherwise would not have here. Anyway, in caves, we're going to take Diddy over here, jump into the water. And then climb up that cliff out of the water. Backflip up here. And enter the rocket barrel in front of Funky's. From here, we want to go and tag this warp 5. And then go back in the rocket barrel. Now from here. There are 2 golden bananas here that are technically optional. One of them is very fast, but only if you know the fast strat for it. So, I'm going to make a save state here. The first one, you have to go to one of these Trough and Scoff portals. There's one over there, or one on this cabin. I'm not going to fight the boss yet, but I am going to go and show you what would happen after the boss. If you go over this one, DK's rotating room, and you fight the boss with DK, then you get kicked out of here afterwards. You end up on here, and you can do DK's rotating room as an optional GB. This is technically one of the faster golden bananas in the route, but it's not fast if you don't do the moon kick. So, the fast strat is hitting a moon kick off of this low ledge, which I may or may not be able to do because I haven't practiced it. Right, so that would be one of the fastest GBs right there. You just get that and then you leave. Then after this, you would go here and tag Tiny. And then you would take Tiny to her blueprint, which is up here. However, you don't have to do that either. Oops. Let's say you don't want to do rotating room, but you need an optional GB. You could go to this one instead, and you could fight the boss with Lanky. This is possible. Again, I'm not going to fight the boss. But let's just say that you do. You get Lanky out here, and you can play his instrument on the pad on top of his cabin. In here, you need to hit that Kosha first, so you can charge Shockwave, and then Baboon Balloon up, and enter the Orang Sprint Barrel. Activate that, and then run to it. This is technically fine. It's like a 50-second golden banana, which isn't bad. It's probably faster than some of the other alternatives if you aren't doing like full skew section or whatever. But yeah, that is entirely possible. You could do that, right? And then you would tag Tiny and go over here up to her blueprint. Or, assuming that you don't need either of these, you could go up here, and you could fight the boss with Tiny. And again, I'm not going to fight the boss right yet. but you could fight the boss with Tiny, and then she is closer to her Kasplat than she would be if you went all the way to the tag barrel. However, if you plan on not needing either of these golden bananas, you should go over to the one on top of Lanky 5-door cabin and fight the boss with DK. And that's what I'm going to be showing. It's just really tricky to have all the possible combinations of bosses and, like, potential routes when there's so many different things that could happen based on what you choose to do. And of course, if you decide that you need an optional GB over an existing one, but you don't know how to change the route, you can always ask me in the Speedrun Discord or my own Discord or whatever else, and I'll help you out, no problem. Right, so what I showed was just a couple of options. There could be a whole lot of things that change depending on what you decide to do or not do. Right? Like, there's just so much that can change in this game. This Armadillo fight is basically the same as the one in Japes, except he does area-wide shockwaves after each hit. But otherwise, it's still he shoots 4 fireballs at the start, and then 9, and then 11. Except after each time we hit him, he does a shockwave as well. Then after you hit him the initial 3 times, he loses the cannons. Nice, I got it. This is dry storage. It doesn't matter at all. But basically, I can perform certain actions while... Oops. while still having the barrel in my control. Though the barrel blew up there because I screwed up, so I don't have the barrel anymore. If you are not messing around like I was, you can go and put that barrel in front of him at the end before he shoots that volley of fireballs from the sky. But because I was messing around, I put the barrel in front of him while he was shooting out the giant missile. Now, because you're DK here and you need to be tiny, and you're not doing the extra GB, you can just go here quicker to the tag barrel. And then get Tiny's Kasplat. And then... Ah, nice. From here, you can backflip to go and grab that ledge. You have to be standing just slightly on the triangle pad to reach. But you can do that to pull Tiny up here. And then we're going to do her 5-door cabin. This one is really annoying. If you thought the claptraps earlier were bad, yeah, these ones are worse in my opinion. Make sure that you have oranges before getting here. When they're all dead, you can just walk slowly to that ledge. Tiny will grab onto the ledge, and as long as you're in the middle of it, you'll grab the GB as it rises, and it'll death warp you there. Oh, I need to show an optional GB here as well. So, optionally, you can tag DK here and play bongos to enter his 5-door cabin. Go up here, grab that homing ammo first. Oops. Pull out gun, and just kind of hope that you get them all. Nice, not bad. After shooting them all, just go back right in front of the door you came in. This is not a bad golden banana if you need an alternative. And then back to the route as scheduled. Go up here with Lanky. You want to charge a shockwave before taking Warp 5. And then after Lanky lands, release the shockwave. We want to climb up to the ice castle here and enter the tag barrel. Eight shots will do that Kasplat in. Grab some crystals there if you're low. And kick down into the river with DK. We want to climb up the other side here, out of the river. And right near the fence, we want to kick, jump, aerial to tag the Warp 4. Nice. Thank you, stalactites. Really appreciate that. You want to kick, jump, aerial back over to here after tagging that Warp 4. And then climb up to Cranky. Here you want to tag Diddy. Now, I should explain this, huh? I should definitely explain this. Sorry. You want to tag Diddy and Rocket Barrel over to here. So, Rocket Barrel was here. We're turning around and we're flying over the Baboon Blast pad, okay? You want to fly up here. You'll see that Diddy is flying higher than normal. You want to just follow the walls. Stay between the walls. When Diddy goes black like that, just keep going forward. But otherwise, just stay between the walls until you see Funky. See Funky in the bottom right there? So the next time the left side dips outward, we're going to follow it. Like right here. And then Diddy's gonna go black again, and we just fall. That's how we get to Diddy's blueprint. So, to show it faster... Actually, I should just go back down here, shouldn't I? Go from the tag barrel or something. How far can I back up? That is as far as I can back up. Okay, yeah, I'll just go from the tag barrel again. So, from tag barrel, you go and turn towards the Baboon Blast pad. Turn the camera around, turn Diddy around. Wait until Diddy stops bobbing, and then proceed forward. Stay between the walls, and just keep following it down. This is one of the super easy out-of-bounds glitches for Diddy. Once you see Funky on the bottom right, go left when it dips outward, and then you can land in here for his blueprint. Then take Warp 4 out of here. If you forgot to tag Warp 4, you're boned. You're stuck. There's no way out for you. So you need to make sure you tag that Warp 4 on the rock. Here we tag Chunky. Thank you, Kasplat. Dude. Yep, 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 that's par for the course. Cause splats just do this shit. Like, it's insane. They decide to just go ham sometimes. And now the rocks are gonna knock me off. This is why people don't like caves. Dude. Okay, well. If you haven't experienced caves, I hope you don't have to. From here, from the tag barrel, look at the igloo. You're just going to swim through this wall. Okay? And then when you're partially through, you're going to see that you're right across from an entrance. This entrance will be staring at a blank wall. That's the one you want to enter. This golden banana may be tough for beginners. Make sure you practice this. You have to time your slams a little bit ahead of where the pad actually is, because of Super Duper Simian Slam having delay to the startup of it. But this is a super fast golden banana if you can practice it well. See if I can go back and do that one more time. Yeah, like that. It's not bad if you're practiced on it. It's really bad if you don't know what you're doing. You need to shockwave and kill that Kosha at the start though, or else you're going to have a very bad time here. The dude will just keep hitting you out of your Super Duper Simian Slams every time, and you won't be able to finish that golden banana. After here, follow the tiny bananas over to this ledge. And by the fence, we're going to kick, slide, jump, aerial, take warp 4. So that we can grab this golden banana. And then, instead of taking warp 4, we're going to mini monkey out of here. Which is probably weird, but it makes a lot of sense. Turn the camera here, and you can just ponytail twirl over to the left, which is the start of caves. Here we're going to tag Chunky, dive into the water, and swim through this wall towards his Gorillagon cave. Use the pad and get the golden banana. And then we're done. We leave caves. By having Chunky at the end here, we can immediately go and punch that wall. Go over to the tag barrel, tag DK. Now, this is really annoying. If you throw the oranges really quickly in succession, you can damage yourself here by looking at this wall. And then you can use the invincibility frames to grab the golden banana. However, if you don't like that wall, you can try throwing them against this wall instead, though if it pushes you the wrong way, it's not going to work. You can always throw and then move into its path, and that'll work, if you would prefer that direction, or that strat. So like you could throw even over towards the dark blue, and then wait to see if it hits you, and if it doesn't, move down. Or, if you are out of oranges, if you are completely out of oranges, you have to do this. Make sure you grab crystals if you need them. The intended way. This is, you never want to see this. You never ever want to see this. This is horrible. but you can do it. It does work. After getting that golden banana and taking the death warp, you leave the cave's lobby, kick to the right, then jump out of it, then kick down, and take warp 1. Head over to Castle's Cannon, which is already open because key 5 opens both caves and castle together. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong way. We want to go to the left. It doesn't really matter if you go to the right or the left, but the right has 2 koshas that can knock you into the goo. The left only has 1 kosha, so I like to go to the left because of that. Shoot the Kasplat gate and then go and tag Diddy. You can either shoot this Kasplat or shockwave him, either works. And then Diddy is going to be the one to enter castle. Okay, my headset is yelling at me because it is low battery. So 1 second here. Okay, should be fine now. There's not a whole lot to do in castle, but I'm going to show off some optional golden bananas first. So regardless of whether you get the optional golden bananas, you need to go there and use Rocket Barrel. Now, only go up to the top if you're doing these optional golden bananas. Oh, that's wrong. I'm also pretty low on crystals, so I'm just going to grab a couple there. The first of the optional golden bananas is over here. This is DK Library. There is a faster way to do this, but I'm going to teach you the safer way. You face away and put DK pretty close to the ledge here, right? You want to basically do a ledge clip where you slowly move towards the ledge. And ideally, DK clips in. When you see DK clip in, that's your cue to hold forward for a little bit. That'll make sure he lands in the loading zone. And then if you go too far, DK grabs the ledge like this. If you face DK away, there's no guarantee that he grabs the ledge. At least not if you move fast. But yeah, this isn't too bad of a clip, and it is used in a lot of other categories. And this isn't a bad golden banana exactly. Whoops. It's just slightly too slow for this route at this point in the game. But if you feel like you want to put off some golden bananas from earlier, and you have enough to enter castle regularly without them, you can absolutely do this. Anyway, I've done that one enough. Come beside the golden banana, shoot the switch, and then grab the golden banana and overlap it with the bookcase turning cutscene. And next is another optional golden banana. You would take DK across here to this tag barrel. Now, in this case, I won't be able to complete this golden banana. This one takes planning. Oh wait, I think I hit headphones earlier actually. This one you want to hit the headphones in Galleon or elsewhere to get musical energy if you plan on doing Shed GB. But again, this is optional. You do not have to do this one in the route. And then, because we're not done with optionals yet, the final optional you could do here is Tiny Trash Can. You have to go up into the mini monkey barrel here, get on the mushroom, and enter. Now, because I didn't touch headphones with Tiny, she doesn't have any musical energy here. So the best you're going to get in this scenario is using homing ammo, but I would highly advise that if you are planning on doing this as an optional golden banana, that you find headphones somewhere first. Because otherwise, this just sucks. There's one more somewhere. Yeah. So as you can see, this sucks without music. So make sure that if you are doing this, you get headphones somewhere. Can I back up to get out of here? Kinda, yeah. Cool. So anyways, if I wasn't doing this, how would I go back to where I should be? Is this... Ah, it was close. Okay. Yeah, I'll just go back to over here. Why not? Pick up some more crystals. So even if you are not doing optionals, you would still go over here to Diddy's Rocket Barrel. There is an alternative to this, but this is going to be the safest way to do this for you. And the alternative, pardon me, only saves 11 seconds anyway, so it's not a big deal. But you can use that rocket barrel to reach this Trophenscough. If you want to, you can enter with DK, it doesn't matter. The game is always going to force you to play Lanky first. Now, for this route, we want to complete Cutout with Lanky. So try not to lose him. If you do lose him, all that you can do is tag High Warp 2 that you're right beside, and then drop to the tag barrel and tag Lanky and take Warp 2 back up. All we have to do is avoid his shots for now, or don't, it doesn't matter, because again, we don't really save any of the damage that we take. After 3 hits, he starts doing a fake pop-up. So now there's a colorful cutout and a darkened cutout. You want to be hitting the one that's colorful. Thank you, Puffed Up. That's the dark one. The real one and the dark one are always across from each other in phase 2. Now, in this phase, he will shoot twice, moving around the ring. Like, he'll always move to the left if you're looking outside, right? So he'll pop up there, and then there. And then here. Actually, hang on. I should be showing something here. Where is it? It's, you see how this one has 2 spider webs there? You want to finish the fight on that wall, ideally. So let me show you what I mean by that. So in this phase, we just look for it. It's right there. Okay, I know that he was shooting across from me, so he's got up and then left. Now, because I know, or because I hit him here, he's always going to move to the next one, which is here, and then the next one, which is here, and then he's going to do up and left again. And he's just going to repeat that one more time. That's all phase 3 is. He just keeps moving around the ring. So now he'll do up left. And by making sure that I hit him the last time on the wall with the double spider web, I can use it to swim out of bounds after the fight, and it saves a little bit of time. You'll see what I mean in just a moment here. Swim through this wall, and it spawns you right on top of the key. Pretty worthwhile if you don't have to think too hard about it. Now from here, we're going to go over to the left, get his blueprint, and then go back across these accursed platforms. I hate those so much. Tag DK. Jump into the water and swim through the wall that the pole is on. Now this trick is going to be a little weird. We need to go into first person, leave first person, press Z and tap B as if we're doing swim through shores. And then when DK is through the wall, go into first person again, look down at the entrance, and then just hold up and swim towards the entrance there. What the hell was that? Sorry, I think... I could have sworn a raindrop touched me, but I am indoors and I am nowhere near my window, and it's not raining, and so I was very confused there. That's my bad. After getting DK's blueprint there, we come back over here and we want to roll through this heavily vined part of the wall. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. When you go through the wall, stop when DK disappears. So walk slowly, and then DK will disappear. Go into first person, that loads the next room. And then just roll around the outside, kick, jump, aerial towards the golden banana. Get out of the water and climb back up here. Climb the pole. And kick down here to enter the dungeon. Tag Chunky near Candy. Shoot his Kasplat, 5 shots will do it. When you leave the dungeon, we're going to go to the right, and we're going to swim through this block. However, we need to swim through the next one as well. So, because this is a double swim, we can actually just continue the one until we're through both. So just swim, swim, and then hold hard right. After that, just continue going to the right until you see this door, and swim into it. This is the crypt. That is a half air swim, and it is very useful. There's a much harder version of it that's used in the world record route. Get Diddy's Kasplat blueprint there, and then tag Tiny. Leave the crypt with Tiny and walk along the side here. There's lots of ammo along here if you need it, though I don't think we have that much shooting left to do. If you can, shockwave this Kasplat. However, if you think he's going to shockwave himself, then you're better off just dropping onto his head to knock him down. Take the Death Warp there and leave Castle. We're in the home stretch now. Take the Death Warp in the lobby and then hold down left and jump, and you will leave the lobby there. Swim over to K Lumsey so that we can turn in keys 7 and 6. The first one to turn in will always be key 7 unless you've forgotten key 7. But because of key priority, it'll always be the higher numbered key first. Hold up left here and turn in key 6. Now Helm Lobby is open, and this time we hold down right so that we can leave. We're going to monkey port up again. Oh, I should talk about this quickly. These teeth can block you. If you get stuck on a tooth, you could just fall down like that. So try to not line up with a tooth, right? It doesn't matter which one, just don't line up on them. I personally think that it's better to turn your camera like this so that you have a side profile of the jaw. That way you can avoid lining up on the tooth. Anyways, thought that would be important to share. Tag DK in Helm Lobby, and if you have oranges, you can throw an orange to self-damage here, and end up on the Kasplat platform. But of course, the Kasplat, as usual, can be a jerk. So, what other options do you have? Well, I should show this as well. You can charge a shockwave off of that aerial and just kill him like that, and then take the Death Warp, and that's perfectly fine. However, that's not the only thing you can do. You can stand here, and because you have Sniper Scope, you can actually shoot that switch. And that'll give DK a little bridge to get over to the Kasplat. So if you really want to do that, you can do that too. Just pick whatever is best for you. The orange is the fastest, as far as I'm aware. Splat. We're going to take Warp 2 and enter Aztec. Now, you're probably wondering, like, why are we doing this? And if you don't know why, we need to get 40 blueprints with this route. 40 blueprints will allow us to be safe. and actually escape helm. All will be made clear shortly. Now, if you are low on crystals, there are crystals by Candy. There are crystals up here by Tiny Temple. There are many crystals around. I am low on crystals, but I'm going to show you. So right here, I'm at 3 crystals, right? This is pretty dangerously low. There's also crystals over here. So if you need these, you can grab them too. Now, right here, we're looking at the cage where the bonus barrel is in, right? You want to go to the torch on the right-hand side, and you want to backflip up on top of the torch. Don't stop holding forward. When you're up on the torch, just jump, and Chunky will get out of bounds. You want to walk him inbounds near the tower here, and go up on this platform to grab crystals if you need them. We're taking Hunky Chunky over to the 5-door temple. Just walk on the lower part until you get to the back. There's more crystals here. Like, there's lots of crystals in your path. So, next we're going to jump at this upper corner. There's also more crystals there, by the way. But yeah, you want to jump an aerial at that upper corner. And then use first person. We need to go in that tunnel. The one on our left. The middle one is Tiny's. We need to avoid that. And also, be careful to not fall into Diddy's down there. It shouldn't be too bad, though. In 5-door temple, there's not a whole lot to do, except everything, basically. We don't have to, like, stop and shoot the balloons or get the coin patch, but... Okay, Chunky, that's fine. You want to shoot the Kasplat here, and then you want to shoot the switch. So that we open this door, and we can do his bonus barrel here. This bonus barrel is pretty late, but it is pretty quick, and we're already here for the blueprint. Oh my goodness. You just want to shoot all of the ones that pop up. This is one of the easier minigames, so you should be able to shoot most of them. Did that one go right through that Kremling? I should explain something else about this minigame. Oops. With this minigame, if you shoot a slot and return to the center, and you're mashing different buttons, you can continue shooting lots of melons at once. Whereas normally you could only shoot them at this rate. Right? You see how some of these are ending up really close together? And it doesn't have to just be one slot. It could be a bunch of different slots. So if you get really good, you can just constantly go back to center and time your mashing so that you shoot, reload, shoot, reload, shoot, reload over and over really quickly. It's not super necessary for this minigame, because this is one of the easier ones, but still. Regardless, that one should be easy enough that you can just do it however. After completing that bonus barrel, Get Out guy will show up. And then from here, our last stop in Aztec is over to Snide. Just take the damage here. And then you can use this tree to get across this gap. And now it's just banana time. So again, my golden banana counts will not match yours. Probably, at least. But that's because I've picked up a bunch of extra golden bananas to go and show alternate GB options. We're just going to continue going around the tag barrel, turning in all the golden banana, or all the blueprints for golden bananas here. Almost done. We'll be at 100 after everybody's done turning in. I mean, I'll hit 100 before that because I picked up extras, but still. Okay, so I'm over 100 now, but that's obviously not a correct count. Because I have extras. And even if I had 100 there without the extras, I do have to turn in all the blueprints anyway. And you'll see why very shortly. Okay, now that all of the blueprints have been turned in, like we need 40, bonus appears as a menu here. We need to go into bonus with C up and go down to Beaver Bother. Yes, it has to be Beaver Bother.
Welcome to bonus stage.
And all we're gonna do, run into the hole. And we're going to hit no. And what does that do for us? Well, you see, we can pause now. We are able to pause and save the game, but this also means that we are now susceptible to damage. So remember at the very start of this when I was saying it doesn't matter if you chose the bonuses or fungi boss unless you wanted some extra health for the ending part of the run? This is that part. Any damage we take now will deplete our health properly. We have to tag Chunky here, because we have to clear this B locker the proper way. Once he goes away, we can open the door. And let's go Helm. We have 50 minutes, so it should be fine. Now, if you want to slope climb, I'm going to show you 3 different options here, though I think only 2 of them are really reasonable. If you want to slope climb with Chunky, you can. Stay close to the right wall, and you do punch, jump, punch, jump, punch, jump. Basically, you roll from punch, or roll your finger from punch to jump immediately. And as long as you, as long as you jump out of your punch right away, you can slope climb, though you do still need to be near the wall. And you need to hold, like, up left from the wall. It is a little finicky, as you can see. Sometimes I get the timing wrong. Yeah, like, you'll get used to it if you play around with it, but I'm still very much not used to this. Okay, so for the lower part, you need to hold upright. When the camera shifts, you can continue holding upright unless it gives you problems and Chunky just starts sliding down, in which case you might need to swap to slightly up left. So right here, the camera shifted there and I had to go slightly up left. However, if you don't want to slope climb as Chunky, you could slope climb as Tiny. She is probably the fastest at slope climbing, because you can just kick slide chain. You kick slide jump, kick slide jump, kick slide jump. And that's it, right? Like, it's pretty quick and easy with Tiny, as long as you hit the rhythm correctly. Get out of my way. All you have to do there is press Z as you hit the slope, or like right before you hit the slope. And then when you hit the slope, press B so that you do a kick slide, and then immediately roll to A to jump out of your kick slide. And then you just chain that over and over again. However, obviously, you do have Lanky and all of his moves, which means that you don't have to even try hard on the slope climb. You could just use Lanky to climb the slope. Oh, I guess the other thing I should show here is... Sorry, it's been a long time recording this, so I'm forgetting things. This slope is mostly fine, just stay in the center-ish. If you go to the sides, then Lanky will start sliding because it's a semi-slippery slope. Which means if you hit a slidey part, the entire thing will be slidey. But if you don't hit a slidey part, then you'll be okay. Anyways. Whoops, not Tiny. Up here, we're going to tag Chunky. And we're going to try and shoot the switch. My goodness. After shooting the switch, we go around here, take the vines. Long jump off that last vine. And as we go into this corner here, we're holding R until we stop shaking with Chunky. right? We're holding R and turning slightly upright. Once Chunky stops shaking, you go into first person, tap left, leave first person, jump aerial, and Chunky should pull himself up and out of bounds. I'm not usually too consistent with this when I'm going slow, but when I go faster, I have a better time normally. But yeah. This is not too bad of a trick as long as you just kind of follow the plan here, right? Upright plus R until Chunky stops shaking. Go into first person, tap left, jump aerial, pull up. Now, when out of bounds, we are going to follow this wall. We go parallel to it. And then we come to the corner, and we turn, and we go parallel to that wall now. And then we come to the corner, and then we turn, and we go parallel to the upcoming wall here. And we just keep going straight. Hopefully. My controller doesn't have notches, so it's very possible that I could just screw this up. But you see, we just passed... I'll go back here. We pass under the hallway for Tiny's room. Don't look at that, mind you. Just keep going. Right? You want to just keep going straight beneath the hallway. And then, when Chunky disappears, go into first person to load DK's room. You want to take your time walking around the outside of DK's room. Do not walk too close, you will fall in bounds. If you fall in bounds, all you can do is die by taking damage on the laser or the enemy. And then you have to do all of the stuff to get up to this part again. Now, when the, see if I can bring the fixed camera icon back. Okay, when the fixed camera icon goes away in the bottom right there, you see that radar? That radar on the left side? We want to put that roughly against the left side of our screen, and then we go forward. Or at least try to go forward. That'll put us under this hallway, and we backflip inbounds here. Don't do that. Tag warp 1 just in case. This is important. You shouldn't need it, but if you do need it, you're going to really want it. You come over to this terminal, and you jump between the terminal and the raised piece of land to the left, and you just walk against the terminal until you go out of bounds. Very simple trick. Take a few steps forward and then turn to the left so that you end up underneath this hallway. And you're just going to go straight with this hallway here. Walk underneath here. And backflip into the key 8 room. Now, stop here. Do not touch key 8. What needs to happen here is you look at this window. This window has to be looked at. If you do not look at the window, it is very possible that you get fake key 8. Looking at the window for whatever reason causes the key to load properly. If you collect it without loading the key properly, then the key will not actually save to your inventory. So look at the window first, and then grab the key. After that second donk, I can just, hang on, I can rewind that. That second donk there. You can go into reset game. So, I'll just go back one more time. Like that.
Okay.
After the second donk, the key will autosave to your inventory, assuming that you didn't get fake key. We don't need story skip on anymore. All that we have to do is re-enter the file here. And we take warp 1. And hopefully key 8 turns first. If it does, then congratulations, you got real key 8. If you see key 3 turn first, then you get fake key, or then you've gotten fake key 8, and you would have to go back to Helm and get key 8 again. When this cutscene begins with the K. Rool ship, you can go into the game menu and hit reset game again. And that'll skip the cutscene. You could watch it as well if you wanted to. It's a pretty fantastic cutscene. But you don't have to, is my point. And, again, we do not need story skip. Just go back in, enter your file. Nice, 333 IGT. Here we take Warp 3. And we enter K. Rool Arena. Here we go, this is the final stretch. Looks like with credits time, this is going to be just over 5 hours, so I was pretty close with my estimate. Okay, so at this point, I have to say, this has been pretty long. I really hope that this has helped in some way, shape, or form. I tried to give all the information that I could think of giving that I think would be useful. Whether or not it actually was, I'm not sure, but I hope it was. And of course, if there are things that I didn't address that you have questions or concerns about, you can always hit me up in the DK64 speedrunning Discord or in my own Discord. I'm happy to answer questions as long as I'm around and not too busy. So, round 1. We're going to climb the pole right behind DK. And when the third shockwave touches the pole, we hold up. Now he'll punch 4 times, and then fire. In phase 2, it's mostly the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now fire. Phase 3 is 3 punches. 1, 2, 3. And phase 4 is 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, Diddy phase is going to be a lot harder. A lot of people generally have trouble with this phase. Right when he puts his arms down from this pose here, you're going to want to long jump into him. And then stand right there on the eye. See if I can back that up and show that again. You want to stand here on the little eye, long jump into him. Oh, that's not good. Backflip, and that'll land you in the rocket barrel early. But like, it's the top center of the small eye. If you don't get it, you don't get it, it's fine. But it makes it difficult to get in afterwards. Now, with these lights, you see how this can be tricky with just A, right? What I'm going to do is on the next light, I'm going to use Z to hover. It's a very useful trick for this phase. Oh, I'm too high. Never mind. And then I got stuck underneath. That's fantastic. Let's go back for a moment. Dude, I can't line up properly. What's wrong with me? If you line up so that Diddy's guns just poke slightly through the light, you can shoot the target on the other side and then turn to shoot the one on the close side, like this. That's the way you want to be doing Diddy phase. And just use Z to hover and spot once you've found something comfortable for you. However, let's go back here, at least as far as I can. Sure. If you don't long jump, and you want to, for some reason, not get hit. Oh, wow! I didn't think that it would take that sharp of a turn. That's my bad. My bad. Yeah, wow. He just hits you right up close. Okay, forget the not getting hit part. That's going to be way too stupid to pull off. But yeah. The first light, kind of a crapshoot. The rest, if you can get used to Diddy's hovering, then it doesn't turn out too badly. The other strat, I should try and show it off here before I move on. Hit me. Thank you. The other strat is to intentionally take a hit and let it boost you to the other side of the light. A lot of beginners did that when I first started running the game. And it was like a way to do it. It wasn't a great way to do it, but it was a way to do it. But yeah, honestly, just get used to Z hovering in Diddy phase. Everything will be way better. Oh, whoops, I should keep the camera towards him, right? Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so in this phase, you want to start by being in the center by this star to the right of where you start, and then punch the turnbuckle, or punch the switch, whatever. You want to throw upright. You want to ideally just throw the banana peels on the pads. If you do that, Lanky will be protected by the banana peel, and you can just play instrument. This one, same thing. Throw it basically on the pad, and Lanky will be protected by the banana peel. Even if you take damage here, it's fine. It's not a big deal. This one you throw backwards to the same pad you were just at. And again, Lanky should hopefully be protected by the banana. And again, if you take damage, it's fine. It's not a big deal. This last one you want to throw in the center. Now that's not going to hit him, so you have to wait until he lines up better. So right there, that'll work. See if I can go backward in this phase here. Nice that you can double rewind, honestly. Okay, so this is back before the switches come up. What I'm going to do here is throw it slightly off the pad. Let him run by. This works too, but this is a lot more dangerous if you do not know where his pattern is going to be. But you can do this with all of them, where you throw it slightly off the pad. And then Lanky doesn't have to suffer damage. The one other thing I should show off here, or at least explain, is that when K. Rool hears you playing the trombone, he will turn based on whether you are left or right of his model. So like right now he'd turn left. Now he wouldn't turn because he's facing me. Now he'd turn right, he'd turn right, he'd turn right, he'd turn left, or not at all, right? But you get the idea, right? Like here he'll turn left. That's how it's determined. So be careful when you throw your bananas. I don't think I had anything else to really show off in this phase. Oh, yes I did. Yes I did. So let's say you get here and you just pick up the barrel, but oh no, you were too slow. You couldn't throw the banana. Now what? That's in a horrible position, right? All you can do now is wait for him to get really close to the banana. So right there, that's not too bad. You need to time it so that his left shoe barely touches the peel. I think this should work. Yeah. But ideally, you don't get stuck in that position, because that is a terrible spot for a banana peel. If you do get stuck in that position, though, you just need to be patient. Okay, tiny phase. In this phase, he's always going to do the same number of slams before he starts going, youch my toe, or youch my butt, or whatever it was. And then the mini monkey barrel will appear. The toes are also always the same. And so when we get inside the shoe, I will call out where we're going to be moving to. This will also be in the route. So for this, just climb the pole near Tiny again. So he always does 2 there, and then he cheers, or brags, or poses, whatever. And then he does 2 more, and then the mini monkey barrel appears. Now, in the shoe, we're going to go 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, and then shoot the first toe. And back on the pole. This time he'll slam 3 times. And in phase 2 we go 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, and then shoot the second toe. Then we go 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, and shoot the second toe. There's only really 2 different toe patterns in the way they move in there, but we will be changing our positions a little bit based on which toe is shootable. Vulnerable? Well, whatever your favorite word is between those. That one he always does 4 slams. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, shoot third toe. Back to 2. 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, shoot the third toe. Back to 4. 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, shoot the third toe. This time he'll do 2 sets of 2 slams. Oh, sorry. 2 sets of 2 slams and then 1 extra slam. Now we do 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. And then we do back to 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. And then we stay at 4, sorry. 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. Shoot the fourth toe, back to 2. 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Shoot the fourth toe. And we're nearly there. We just passed the 5-hour mark. Finally, chunky phase. Chunky phase is pretty simple, honestly. There are some good visual cues as well to remember for when to do the primate punches. So the first one, we go and wait for him. Oh my god. I did a skid. Okay, wait for him to pass. Slam the switch. I'm going up to green. You can go to green or red. Or I guess blue or yellow. It doesn't really matter. Okay, for this one, we wait until he crosses the eyes. Back to center to slam the switch. Back to center after that for the hunky. Now we go before the eyes. Back to center again to slam the switch. Gorilla Gun, back to center. Now we go immediately when he moves. The moment you see the shadow begin moving, use the punch. And now we wait for him to pass in front of us. And then Gorilla Gun, Hunky Chunky. He's going to go right, left, right, left. We go, so not there, right here. When he crosses through the middle after the second right, that's when you charge the punch. And with that, K. Rool is down. Oh man, I have no idea if I even said anything useful in that 5 hours. Straight up, I don't remember much. I remember Fungi gun skew being atrocious. And a couple times where I just accidentally loaded my save state. I do not genuinely remember anything else that I said. So, oh, I really hope that this was useful. This could legitimately just be full of garbage because I can't even remember what I said, man. Oh. I hope it's not. I hope it's good, though. I really hope it's good. I want to tell a little bit of a story here. And I get it, it's credits, you're not obligated to stick around. You don't even have to listen to me in the first place. Maybe you were watching this on mute because my voice sucks. I don't know. Could be anything, really. But, like, let me tell a bit of a story here. I was going to go and make this NLE tutorial, like, almost immediately after I made the 5-Kong tutorial. It's been, I think, a bit over a week at this point. 8 days or so? Maybe 9 days, because I think I released it on Thursday or Friday the previous week. And I was going to make this tutorial, like, within the next day or two after that, because I wanted to get it out right away. And I was going to base it entirely off of the existing beginner route for NLE. The problem, though, and it's a pretty big problem, that NLE route, that beginner route, has existed since I started running the category over 11 years ago. It was not modernized at all in the slightest, and I didn't think that that was fair to be teaching to beginners, because we've accumulated a lot of knowledge since then, and on top of that, there have been so many route changes that bananas that were in the route back then are not in the route anymore. A good example of this would be like the Batty Barrel Bandit by Isles Snides. That used to be in the route, and then it used to not be in the route, and then it was in the route, and then out of the route, and you get it, right? Same with Beaver Bother in Factory. Both of those had times where they were in the route, and then taken out. And like, nowadays, not a chance. Those GBs would never, ever be added to the route now. And so, I don't want to teach something like that to people that are beginning the game, and then just be like, oh yeah, sorry, you're stuck with knowledge from 11 years ago. What kind of garbage would that be, right? Like, I don't know, I would feel bad about it, right? Like, as somebody who has been running the game on and off since 11 years ago, I would personally feel really horrible about that. And so, where am I going with this? I'm not trying to just rag on that beginner route not being updated. That's not the point here. The point is, I felt so bad about that idea that I went and rerouted NLE myself. This route that I showed off is largely based off of the N64 world record route. But it is not entirely the same. Obviously, because the N64 world record route uses Helm Escape instead of 40 Blueprint route. That is a pretty massive difference. Not to mention, the world record route also uses a bunch of phase walks everywhere, and I don't think that that is something that's fair to just push onto beginners. I think it's a fairly high barrier of entry for consistent phase walks, at least. You can get them, sure, I have no doubt about that. But getting them consistently and getting them at all are two very different things. And I don't feel good about routing that kind of thing in. So, I tried to retain what I could of the existing world record route, while also changing things to still be fast and still be like, how do I even put it? Unique to the 40 Blueprints route while still resembling the world record route. Does that make any sense at all? Anyways, most of the stuff in here is largely the same. There are things that I had to take out, though, and things that just could not belong under any circumstances. Things like the piano game spawn snag, I'm not teaching that to beginners. I can't do things like the tiny temple, tiny claptrap spawn snag, because if you don't do that one right, and you only get one chance at it, if you don't do it right, you lose your run. Like, you soft block there. You are dead in the water. And so I had to make sure to change those things, but I think overall it turned out pretty well. And I guess I should say, I ran this route, like I did a walkthrough of this route a couple days ago, and I got a 209.13 with it on NSO. It wasn't a particularly perfect route, or perfect run, rather. I think a 208 was very reasonable, and a 207 was reasonable if I played well. On top of that, since then, I actually found a minute worth of time save, which was included in the route before I went and made this tutorial. So I think that this route, if played extremely well, can go down to a 205, maybe a 204. I might be underestimating it, but I think that that is entirely possible. Though I would not suggest grinding it for that long. That's a long grind to put into 40 blueprints. If you are getting a run of this under 2.5 hours, you're doing fantastic, I think. I would be, like, as a starting time, I think I would be pretty happy with anything under 3.5 hours. Just because I think this is a little bit complicated to learn at first because there's so many parts of it to learn. But yeah, anywhere between 3.5 and 3 hours I think is a very reasonable starting first run. If you were like spending a lot of time practicing before the run, that is. If you're running it blind, good luck. I don't know what I would even expect then. Don't run this blind. but if you want to, don't let me force you. But anyways, one last thing I want to mention before I call it quits here, because it's 5 hours and 11 minutes now. I want to give big shout-outs to Tudos. Mainly Tudos, because if not for him, I don't think I would have ever been interested in this category at all. When I started running the game, all I did was run any percent. Tudos was the reason that NLE was getting pushed at all at that time. And so, thank you very much to Tudos. There are other people that started running the game around the same time I did, right? And it was good competing with them too, but it would not have been the same without Tudos being there to push NLE at that time for me. So yeah, sincerely thank you, Tudos. I'm glad to have learned from you. And now with that, I think I'm done. I gotta go. My brain is hurting, man. If you need help with anything, if you have any questions about anything, you can find me in the DK64 Speedrun Discord or my own Discord. I will be linking both of them in the description of the video. Feel free to ask questions wherever, basically. And if you need help routing, same thing, just let me know. If there is a certain golden banana that is giving you trouble and you absolutely do not want to deal with it, tell me. I will help you replace it. All you have to do is ask. And with that, I hope you have yourself a good day or night or whatever time of day it is for you wherever you are. And I hope to see you around. Take care, and I sincerely hope this helped, man. I really hope it did. But I don't remember anything but the garbage parts. Good luck. Bye-bye.